does. I'm not very good with my timekeeping, but yes, we are here for NXT, and it's a pretty big NXT as well tonight. Pretty big NXT. This is an NXT that is going to take us to Vengeance Day. So Vengeance Day is this Saturday. We are doing it, right? So this weekend, you can join us on this channel. We will be doing Vengeance Day. Very much looking forward to it. I was just saying to the members, actually, we had a really good chat on that. I really enjoyed the members stream. We had a real good chat. I was just saying to the members about how I'm really looking forward to doing a Saturday stream again. It was lovely doing one for Elimination Chamber. But, you know, we're so fortunate we get to do NXT coming up this weekend. So this is going to be a go-home show for Vengeance Day, right? But it's more than that as well, because if we jump over, we've got a lovely picture of what seems to be some sort of brook. I don't know. But it's not even what we want, right? What we want is this. So we've got Jacy Jayne defending the NXT Women's Championship against Zaria. I'm sure that's going to go very well, right? Can't foresee Sol Ruka getting involved in that at all. But there we go. Jacy Jayne against Zaria. We've got an absolute experience with Ricky Saints. Don't forget, Ricky Saints got involved last week when we got a new North American champion, right? He got involved by removing that top turnbuckle. Ethan ended up going into that. Ethan is probably going to have something to say to Ricky on this week's episode. The NXT Women's North American Champion Izzi Dame and Tatum Paxley meet before their Vengeance Day match. So they're obviously got a match coming up this weekend. And for those of you that don't know what's at Vengeance Day, we can run down that card. We do have the updated card for that on Wikipedia, so we can look at that in a second. Right, Wren Sinclair battles Nikkita Lyons in a speed tournament match. It's only 3 minutes. I like Wren anyway, so. And actually, Nikkita is getting better, you know. Nikkita is someone I've always struggled with, but actually her in-ring is not looking too bad at the moment. Been watching her and evolve, so I'll be interested in that. Jaida and Blake Monroe come face to face. Shiloh, Hank, and Tank take on Vanity projects. So that's interesting. That could be interesting. That'll be interesting. Not down on that. That's just a meeting before Vengeance Day, and that'll be okay. Shiloh's fun. Hank and Tank are pretty fun. Vanity project I'm on board with. Yeah, not down on it. Not down on it. Here's Vengeance Day. Okay, 4 matches so far. We need another one added. Guessing Zaria Sol Ruka will be added. So we got Joe Hendry against Ricky Saints. That's NXT Championship match. Izzi Dame against Tatum Paxley, Women's North American Championship. Lola against Kalani in an underground match. Blake Monroe taking on Jaida Parker. In fact, it's very women heavy. I didn't really notice, but it is very female heavy, isn't it? Every match there is female except for the main event. So if we do add Zaria Sol Ruka, that'll be 4 women's matches and 1 men's match, which I wouldn't be down on them doing, to be honest with you, because how many times have we done shows where it's basically all men, right? Or it's all men and just 1 woman. This would be the reverse. Yeah, and I'm all about equality. You know me. I'm like king of the feminists. So, yeah, I think Zaria Sol Ruka could be added to this. They might want to save it for Stand and Deliver, though. So I don't know if it will be, but I'd imagine 5 matches here. Perhaps they'll throw another men's match on because they get nervous, you know? They might get a bit nervous that there's not enough people with penises around. So I don't know, maybe there is another men's match that gets added. But Miles Bourne, you know, something like that, maybe. Tag match, you know, maybe something like that. But that's Vengeance Day anyway, this weekend. And yeah, that looks fine, honestly. As I said, I'm quite excited to do a Saturday stream again. Hello to everyone that's firing in. Zippy said, Daze, hope you're doing well. And you, buds. Dean says hello to everyone in the chats. I am getting rusty on my German, my French, my Spanish, says Edwards. Well, even if you had the ability to speak it at one point, I'd say that's very impressive. So, hello to Dean and King Yeti. Hope you're doing well, my friends. Shout out to you. William said the women from hell is going to beat the shiz, or the woman from hell is going to beat the shiz out of Jaida Parker. Thanks for getting me into this show. I'm glad I've got a place to come and relax, says Dean. You're welcome, buds. You're welcome. Right, we've got lots of chatter about Jade and Rhea today. So, Fightful Select saying that a number of sources believe that the comments between Jade and Rhea started as a playful work, but took a turn when Jade mentioned about Rhea talking to Creative. Sources were puzzled about bringing up Creative to further a feud. However, it was said WWE was generally happy about the buzz that had emerged, feeling that Rhea and Jade have a legitimate dislike of one another, whether that be real or not. There isn't concern from a WWE source about the two working together. When reports emerged that it was an elaborate work, one source in Creative said we would never include a mention of Creative as part of that. It undermines the point. So I think what Fightful Select are saying is that somewhere there was a report that this was just a big work, but some sources said to Fightful Select we would never mention Creative if this was a work. So, interesting. I believe it to be real heat. I've believed that from the moment I read the messages, the tweets. So, interesting. A little bit of an update there. And there was a post, wasn't there, that came out from Rhea that came out kind of just before Raw, which was also very interesting. She was saying, like, it's all fun and games until you start lying about my name and stuff like this. And I'm like, oh, my God. So that's a situation that feels like it is spiraling. There is currently no update on the plans for Royce Keys. WrestleVote saying they don't know what's happening with Royce Keys at the moment. So for those people that keep asking, where's Royce Keys? What's happening with Royce Keys? He's just been making a lot of main event appearances. So, yeah, at the moment, we just don't know. I'm sure they've got something planned, but we just don't know. And the other news is he got it. He got it. Welcome to the big Dancehausen, says Triple H. So there we go. Turns out Adam Pearce can make things happen. And there is the pointing picture that Danhausen wanted. Looks like he's looking at the wrong camera, though, because he's kind of pointing over in that, like, Triple H is locked in. Danhausen seems to be looking somewhere else. So he did get his pointing picture, but I don't think it's gone quite as well as what he hoped. So there we go. Corey Graves as well is... What's this? Student reviews of Corey Graves in his role as a college professor teaching live sports production at Point Park University. I have learnt so much in this class about different skills and techniques that Corey uses in WWE and how we can apply them to broadcast. As someone working in Pittsburgh doing exactly what Graves is doing, I have benefited from learning from him and picking his brain about the business. I have learned how to properly engage an audience through verbal and visual storytelling, specifically how to format and build your storytelling. Corey is extremely good at what he does, and it's an honor to have him as a professor. There we go. So that is a student review of Corey Graves. I don't know how often he does this class. I don't know how often he's popping in and teaching. But apparently he is a college professor at a university, which is pretty sick, isn't it, really? If you think about it, it's pretty random as well. I mean, it's nice in a way because he can't be hurting for money. I can't imagine he's doing it for financial reasons. I mean, I'd imagine he's getting paid very well being a commentator on WWE, but I suppose in a way this is a little bit like being able to give back, you know? I'm going to share all the knowledge I've got and all the things I've learned and the mistakes I've made, and I'm going to kind of give that back. So, mad respect, honestly. Yeah. Mad respect. I think that's classy. Julian said, I think they're going to push Shiloh. He's great. WWE also wants his followers, says Julian. Daze, do we think that Jade Rhea drama is for a future season of Unreal? Well, I think it'll feature in a future season of Unreal, but I don't know that it's being faked for that. I mean, you can't rule it out. The only thing I would say is that it definitely, the rhythm of it, the tone of it, the language that's used, it doesn't feel like a normal back and forth between two superstars that are working together. So if they are faking it for Unreal, or they are faking it just as a work, they've done a fantastic job. The rhythms of it, the vibe of it, the language of it, as I said, it just does not feel right. It feels off. And from the start, I've not had any doubt that this is not right. And to me, it feels like lines have been crossed. Whether they're doing that for a specific reason, I couldn't answer. Whether it features in Unreal, could do. I mean, we know that WrestleMania and the road to WrestleMania is going to feature in Unreal. So it absolutely could do. But again, you know, are they doing it specifically for that? I suppose it's a good question to ask. I mean, we know that they do things for Unreal. And we know that Unreal has kind of, you know, changed things a little bit. I mean, I don't know if Unreal was around if we would have done the Seth injury angle. Maybe we would, right? Maybe we would. They did say, though, they've always said don't work the locker room. You know, you work the marks, you work the fans, don't work the locker room. It's not something that's really ever, like, been well received, like kind of deceiving the locker room. But that's exactly what they did with the Seth injury thing. And some of the wrestlers seem to take it well, like, oh, I can't believe you did that to me. But the problem is now you've got people second guessing everything, haven't you? Now, all of a sudden, if someone says they're injured, are they? Are they really? And all of a sudden, you've got people second guessing. And I mean, look at Carrion, with Carrion being released. I mean, it was like, is he? Is he really going? Are they just sending him away for a bit? Are they going to bring him back? Like, you just don't know what to trust anymore. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. It's certainly something different that we've seen in recent years. How long till some more young talent gets called up, said Dean. Well, I don't think we need anything this side of Mania. I mean, we've got about 6 weeks or so, and they should have the pieces they need now. So I don't think there's anything needed this side of Mania. But I think the Raw after Mania is where you tend to see someone get called up. We've had some big call-ups. I mean, Paige came up on that Raw after Mania. I think we had Enzo, Big Cass kind of coming up on that Raw after Mania. So, you know, you could see Sol Ruka, Ethan, Ricky, you know, some of those kind of names, JC, potentially coming up. I wouldn't expect all of those. You could get 1, 2 of those maybe on the Raw after WrestleMania. Or maybe they find a way of featuring them at WrestleMania, you know. Could be that someone helps someone and, you know, bang, they're now on the main roster, you know. So, yeah, there's... I wouldn't say anyone's needed this side of Mania, though. Sol and Zaria are going to hug it out this week, said Jared. Oh, my God, Jared. They better not. They better not. Am I right in thinking the second half of Unreal is going to be more RTWM, Road to WrestleMania? Well, I don't know, to be honest, because where did we get up to? We got up to SummerSlam, I think it was. I don't think we did Survivor Series. We certainly didn't do John Cena's retirement. We haven't done the Royal Rumble, so I don't know. That next season is going to, I mean, like, have to feature probably Survivor Series, probably, certainly John Cena's retirement. Whether that's 1 or 2 episodes, I'm not sure. Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber. They tend to do about 6 episodes. There is a Saturday night's main event that was in January. There is the title change as well between Drew and Cody. I don't know. Yeah, maybe you can squeeze. I mean, maybe you can squeeze WrestleMania in. It could be the road, I suppose, and then the season after you do WrestleMania. Maybe, don't know. It's going to be hard to see. Like, we haven't kind of seen how they map it out yet, have we? Can't quite get it. I feel like there should be a way of it being, say, 4-month chunks. So you do the first 4 months, which get you to April. Then you do the next 4 months, which is Mania and the summer, getting you to SummerSlam. And then you do the next 4 months, which is SummerSlam, Survivor Series, kind of getting you like all the way back round to January. So I would probably structure it that way. Maybe do it 3 times a year, 4 months chunks. One would have Mania and Rumble. One would have SummerSlam. No, hang on. One would have Rumble and the Road. One would have WrestleMania and the Road to SummerSlam. And the other would have SummerSlam and Survivor Series. Yeah, I'd have it like that. So that would mean doing it 3 times a year. But actually, I don't know how many times a year WWE Real is going to air. So without knowing how many times it's going to air in a year, in a 12-month period, we don't know quite what they're focused on. But I think I would try and do it in 4-month chunks. Daryl said, I know you're a Sammy fan, but if the plan is Sammy Trick, who do we think needs to win that match? It's a good question. I have heard that being the rumor, and that has been the thought in my mind. Like, how do you book that? I think it's got to be Trick. I think Sammy is kind of in a bad place at the moment. He's kind of down on his luck. He's just lost to Drew. He's kind of accusing Cody and accusing Jacob, and he's kind of crashing out. And I think that, it's not like he's got loads of momentum right now. It's not like he's in a place where he's literally just a few wins away and he's going to be number 1 contender or anything like that. I feel like he's a bit lost again. So I think if he's going to face Trick, and a Trick that's this over, I think Sammy is going to have to lose. Yeah, I'd have Trick go over. I am a fan of Sammy. I'm a big fan of his in-ring work. And I really want Sammy to get there. But unfortunately, Sammy finds himself in these kinds of situations where, we kind of get him to a title and he can't get over the line. Or that he just doesn't have momentum. And, we have to prioritize someone else instead. It's hard. He's always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But yeah, I think Trick is the one that's got the momentum at the moment. Trick is the one that's got getting the bigger reactions. I think it's got to be Trick that gets the victory. Hell of a match though. Trick, it would be damn close. Yeah, it'd be a banger. It'd be a match I'd be really looking forward to. Sammy, I'm sure, will put on a fantastic in-ring performance. Try and get the best out of Trick. I wouldn't even have him cheat, to be honest. Have it clean. I don't think Sammy needs protecting. I think Sammy is protected by the fact that he is in such a bad place at the moment. I think if you're not in the right headspace and you're not in a good position, I think it's okay for you to lose clean. I don't think you lose anything, because all you got to do is you've got to work it out, get yourself some wins, get yourself back, get yourself going again. And then you can be like, maybe he can face Trick down the road and get the win, But I think at where we are right now, I think you probably got to go with Trick, yeah. It's a work. Jade Rhea want the Night 1 Mania, says Cornell. Well, until I hear otherwise, I don't think it is. As I said, for me, I think that it is the language and the way that it's being structured is different to what I would expect. If they're doing it on purpose, they've done a great job. But as of right now, I'm buying it. Who do we think is going to win the Zaria Soul feud? I think it should be Zaria because I think Soul is going to the main roster. I think Soul can lose and then go to the main roster. And I think that means that Zaria is kept looking strong in NXT. When you go to the main roster, you start again. I mean, the amount of people that watch NXT is a good amount, but there's many, many more that don't. So whenever you go to the main roster, you are, a small fish in a big pond. So whatever you've done in NXT is largely irrelevant. You are just like being reintroduced to so many new people that you're basically starting again. So for me, it doesn't hurt to actually lose in NXT and then go up, right? It doesn't matter. So for me, Sol Ruka can lose to Zaria. That means Zaria looks like a beast in NXT and can go on a tear, right? We can, get the monster that we've been waiting for. And Sol can go to the main roster where she's so impressive. She's going to grab people's attention with her varied moveset and what she can do. And she's going to be a massive star. And a loss to Zaria on her way out won't make any difference whatsoever. So, yeah, I'd have Zaria go over. We know companies are doing their job when fans can't tell between and real. I am laughing about the whole Seth work. They're keeping kayfabe alive, said AD in Az. Real John said, I think Zaria will benefit now that she is going heel. Yeah. Something tells me Sammy is going to cost Cody on Friday, said Jared. Oh, could do. If he does, then that is going to put him right into that situation, isn't it? Yeah, interesting. Jay Piper seems like real heat, says Kader. It's I got a chuckle out of your reaction to Penta winning, says Couch. That's the reason I'm here. I like Penta winning. Yeah, that was good. The woman from How is gonna... Oh, we read that. I don't think Sammy is going to cost Cody, says Trey. Well, there's lots of different directions that we can go with that. There's lots of different directions we can go. I'm interested to see, there's lots of rumors about the WrestleMania card, but those rumors keep, changing and plans keep changing, and very interested to see where we actually land. I think there is a good card forming, actually. I mean, CM Punk Roman, we were never down on. It was just not a match that I was massively grabbed by in the sense of, oh my God, they're finally doing it. This is the match I've been waiting for. I didn't feel that way. But I mean, I thought the segment we got on Raw definitely made me more excited for it, even more so. So, I mean, that did its job, right? And I'm sure we're going to keep doing that as well. So by the time we get to WrestleMania, I'm sure I'll be really, excited for Punk Roman. But, there's lots of rumors around what we're going to do with Gunther. There's lots of rumors around what we're going to do with Brock. There's lots of rumors around what we're going to do with Sammy. There's lots of rumors around about what we're going to do about all these things, right? So, yeah, I'm interested to see where it lands. I'm interested to see what we end up with. I think there is lots of interesting potential. And, yeah, I mean, Rhea Jade's looking forward to it. So I'm excited for that. I know that Jade's not the best in-ring talent, but Rhea is the one woman that I think, Rhea or Becky really, either of those I think can bring the best out in Jade's. So, yeah, good. I certainly will take that over Tiffany Jade's. Then we've got whatever's going on with Drew. I mean, at the moment, it's Drew, Randy. Obviously, we're expecting Cody to get in there. Rumor is Jacob's going to get in there, but there's potential for Sammy to get in there as well. So, I mean, I don't know if that's going to be a singles match, a triple threat match, a fatal four-way, or a 5-pack challenge type thing, right? It could be any of those. So that is a very interesting mess, and I'm interested to see where that lands. Then you've got Brock LA Knight, which I'm not down on. Don't know if that's what we end up with, but that is the latest rumor. Brock LA Knight. I think there was a bit of chatter that they are looking at Ober as well for Brock. There is a bit of chatter that they are looking at that. Apparently, Gunther Ray is a direction we could be going, but Gunther Ober has also been spoken about. So, again, you kind of look at that and go, oh, honestly, if you don't think about the booking of how would you book that? If you do Gunther Ober, how do you book it? Well, nightmare, right? If you don't think about that, but just think about the match, how hyped would you be to see it and see what they have planned? I mean, that would be sick, wouldn't it? Gunther Ober. Booking it would be a flipping nightmare. But actually, the match I'd be quite hyped for. And I mean, I think the cards sounds quite promising, to be honest with you. So I'm quite enjoying the journey. Obviously, there's a lot of optimism after yesterday's Raw. A lot of people really impressed with how that went down. Not that it matters, because I don't really care about what Cage Match says for Raws and SmackDowns, because there's not enough feedback for them. The feedback, who cares? I mean, Raw's had 58 votes. We could do a poll now and get more than 58 votes. So this is why it doesn't matter. But for what it's worth, I've heard that it's got the highest rating of any Raw so far this year. 8.1 for Raw. 8.1. That was very, very well received. Very well received. I know, but I think the title on the line is a bit predictable. Cody would win, whereas if it was normal, it's 50-50, says Jared's. Jim said, Punk should have called Roman Joe. Don said, I think we're going to get a huge women's tag match. Nia, Lash defend against the Bellas, against Bayley and Lyra, against Kabuki Warriors, against Alexa and Charlotte, Raquel, Roxanne. It's a way for them to get a turn on top. I'd be down for that. We just mentioned that, actually. We were talking about should they do a ladder match this year. Some people thinking the Penta match should be it. And I'd be okay with the Penta match being it. There's lots of mid-card talent you could put in that. But, I would really like it to be the women's tag match. I think we've spent so long focusing on that to kind of just do a normal women's tag match now would be a bit of a shame, considering how many great teams there are, right? And how much focus we've put on that women's tag division since the end of 2025. I would go with the ladder match. Steve said the match between Drew and Cody could fall apart with lots of interference. Jacob could cost Drew. Sammy could show up and cost Cody or attack Jacob. Randy might appear. We get the multi-man match at Mania, says Steve. Bone said, what are we talking about in the chat? We've covered quite a few topics, to be honest. At the moment, we're just talking about WrestleMania, where we're heading. Are we getting a ladder match? What's the WWF or WWE Championship match look like? So we're kind of there. Don said, having a feud after Mania could allow them more freedom. Are we talking about Ober Gunther on that one? Punk. Oh, yeah, we read that. I heard there are rumors that Cody is the planned direction for WrestleMania 42. Add in AZ said Randy Cody has been brewing for a while now. I have never been excited for an Ober match, said Jim. Oh, really? Not grabbing you? Kader said Oba versus Ray is what I've been thinking for WrestleMania. Oba versus Ray. Ad said, I think it's got to be Cody Randy. Well, I'll be surprised if it's Cody Randy, just because there's so many people involved in this situation that for it to just end up being Cody Randy. Plus, the other thing as well is Cody Randy, this isn't how I personally would like to get to that match. You know, for me, I'd like to see Randy turn heel, and I'd like to kind of go that way. So that's the direction I would like to see us go. This kind of mess, and then out of it comes a match that we've wanted to see actually for a long time since Cody came back, right? Like that to me is not the kind of, you know, I want the heated promos between them. That's what I want. And maybe there's still time to do that, right? Perhaps Cody can win and we can just get locked in for Cody Randy, and perhaps we can get those great promos. But I don't know. I mean, do we really think Drew's going to just go away? I'm finding that hard to believe. Maybe there can be a revelation and it shows that Drew was the one that attacked Jacob, and then maybe that puts Drew and Jacob into a thing and it gets him away from the belt. Perhaps there is a way of doing it. But I don't know. At the moment, with it being so noisy, it's just kind of hard to see it just go down to Cody and Randy. I think I'm still personally leaning the multi-person match as well at the moment. What do we think is the NXT Championship and Women's Championship matches at Stand and Deliver? That's a good question. I think I might be leaning Ethan and Joe, because we've just got the belt off Ethan, and we know it's going to be Ricky Joe this weekend. I don't think Ricky's going to win. And so I think Ethan will get his shot. And, you know, I think the next one after this might be Stand and Deliver. So Joe, Ethan, I could see that being the big match. In regards to the women's match, I don't think that we're going to see Zaria win. So I think what we'll see is Jacy retain. I think we get Jacy going in as champion. Could it be against Fallon? Could we get like a turn within Fatal Influence? If not, then we need to find who the biggest babyface is. Biggest babyface at the moment is probably Sol Ruka, but I think it'll be Zaria Sol Ruka, so we can't do that match. So then who's the next biggest babyface? Maybe Jaida Parker. So I think we could be looking at Jaida Parker. Jaida maybe gets past Blake Monroe. Maybe Blake Monroe fans will be upset, but whatever. Jaida is maybe the next biggest babyface. You could maybe make an argument for Lola, but I don't think so. I'd probably go Jaida. I mean, she gets big reactions, you know, from that live crowd. Miss Parker, Miss Parker. I'd not be down on that. I'd not be down on Jaida against Jacy. Ethan against Joe. Ricky will get into it with someone. We can find a babyface to get into it with. Ricky. So I think something along those lines, unless we want to do a multi-person match, of course. I mean, maybe it's Ricky, Ethan, and Joe in a triple threat at Stand and Deliver. Perhaps we go that way, right? Perhaps you do a woman's match as well. But I think if we were going to do singles match, that's kind of where my head would be. Zaria Soul, JC said, Jim. You could do that. The only thing I'd say, though, is I think the Zaria Soul heat is going to be so big, you know? I mean, this betrayal has been coming. It's took so long to get to it that I think that grudge match can stand on its own. I don't think it needs the title to be involved with it. I think they can just have a match and people will be excited for it because these are good friends, bitter enemies. And, you know, they go one-on-one and it's going to be the power of Zaria against the athleticism of Soul. And that match will be great. There is a chance they do that match this weekend. I don't know if they do. I don't know if this weekend is too soon or if they want to save it specifically for Stand and Deliver. But, yeah, I mean, there's a few directions you can go. Could it be EO, AJ, Leah, Mania, said Bonkers. The rumor all along has been AJ, Becky, hasn't it? So I can't really deviate from that. So I'm thinking that it is going to be AJ against Becky, the rematch at WrestleMania. Where EO fits into things, that's difficult. That is going to be tricky. I don't think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, because this is actually something I don't know the answer to. I don't believe they said the winner of the gauntlet will fight at Mania. I think the winner of the gauntlet, because AJ said the next time you see me, I'll be defending my belt. I don't think she meant the next time we see her is WrestleMania. So I think the winner of the gauntlet next week will get a title shot maybe the week after. So if EO does win that gauntlet, I would expect her to get title shot the following week. She could get screwed by Becky. She could find her way getting added. I mean, when it comes to the dirt sheets, it's a guide and nothing more. So, yes, there is a chance that we get to that. But the rumor has never been that with the dirt sheets. It's been AJ, Becky. So, for me personally, I'm gonna stick with believing it's going that way. But as we've seen on this road, I mean, it's changed many, many times, hasn't it? Those plans. So I was not expecting the winners of the chamber to be the winners of the chamber. But to be honest with you, I'm glad that I did not see that coming. I'm glad that it wasn't, because, everyone was like, Cody's going to win this. It's going to be really predictable. I actually had messages in my notifications of people saying that. It's going to be really predictable and that kind of, and then of course it wasn't. And even Triple H was quite smiling about it. He was quite happy about the fact that he was like, he even used the word swerve. He even said swerve. He was like, Randy winning tonight was a bit of a swerve. I don't think too many people saw that coming. All right. So he knew exactly what he'd just done. He knew where the public were and what people were expecting, and then, he took it in a different direction. So I don't hate that. I mean, I'd like to see more of that, to be honest with you. Like, if you can see what everyone online is saying, and you can see where the bookies are with who the favorite is, and you go a different direction, like, yeah, that's not a bad thing. The only thing is, can you still make it make sense? There's no point doing it just for the sake of doing it. Like, the story has got to work as well, of course. But no, it was another reason why I enjoyed Elimination Chamber. It's another reason why I enjoyed the Men's Chamber. I was shocked to see it so badly received. I've had a few comments of people saying the Men's Chamber they didn't enjoy. And again, if you look on Cage Match, it's quite low scoring. But it was not low scoring in our community when we were watching it live. And I enjoyed it. I'm not down on that match. I really enjoyed the ending in particular. Maybe people are looking at the LA Knight botch. Maybe people are looking at Logan getting 3 pins. And maybe people are looking at things like that, which I could understand. I was trying to look to see what our community scored it, actually. Because it should be in this book here. But, I mean, all of the matches were well received. Lowest scoring match was the CM Punk one, which was just a little bit plodding. It didn't help that the Chicago crowds were a little muted. Certainly you wouldn't expect it so much for that match. I don't know if I could put my hand on these scores, There's a lot of... where the hell have all those scores gone? Gunther, Dragon Lee and everything. That was yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to put my hands on them. I'm sure it got a great rating all the same. No, I don't know. I'm committed now. I don't want to give up. All my scores in recent times have been in this book, and they're just not there now. Oh, well. We'll never know. Oh, here it is. I knew it was in here. Great 74. We actually scored the men's. Look at my horrible writing, but great 74 for the men's. The women's was great 70. So people actually, the community scored the men's 4% higher than the women's. AJ Becky got great 58. That was really close, actually. CM Punk Finn Balor scored good, but it was very, very close to getting great. So that just missed out. I mean, it was really, really close. But even if it had got great, the CM Punk one, it still would have been the lowest rated match of the night. Even if it had got great, it would have been low end great. So that was unfortunate for Punk Balor. It missed out by like 1%. But I thought the men's match was pretty fun, honestly. I was not down on it. Glockness said, where have the Bellas been? They've been off TV for a month. Well, I don't think it's been too much of a concern, to be honest, because we've been building to the Chamber and they weren't needed for the Chamber. So I think you will probably see them as we now get onto the road to WrestleMania. I mean, the truth is, don't use them unless you've got something good for them to do. So as of right now, they've probably got their sights set on those tag titles. They can always come in with a couple of weeks to go before Mania and get themselves inserted into that title picture. So at the moment, I'm not too worried. I think we will see them at Mania, the Bellas. But we just didn't need them for Elimination Chamber. Big Time said, I feel like Grayson is drowning on the main roster. He's a good talent that's just stuck in the deep hole that is the New Day vortex during commercials. Tyler said, if Roman wins the World Heavyweight Championship, then who is he going to defend the belt against? Well, there might be a bit of a draft. I mean, there's no word of a draft. So we just have to look at the top stars that are around on Raw at the moment. But we know that they can always move a few people around, right? So in regards to top stars on Raw, probably looking at the likes of Bron Breakker, probably looking at Bronson Reeds, maybe an Austin Theory at some point. Dominic Mysterio would likely get an opportunity. Balor would probably get another shot as well. Gunther is obviously a big match that we can do at some point as well. Maybe Jay could have a little moment where he steps up to Roman. If we pull the trigger on that or not, I'm not sure. But, Jay, I'm sure, is going to want to get back to a world title. LA Knight is obviously around. Logan would probably want an opportunity. Oba is around, but it would be a bit too soon for him. Seth is around. Rey Mysterio is also around. So if we look at that, Sheamus is around. We haven't seen Sheamus in a while. He's around. So there's some big names that are around on Raw, and we can always move people from Raw and SmackDown and do a little bit of a superstar shake-up. Football said, I think the negative feedback on the men's chamber was that Trick and Javon barely got any spots. It didn't increase any of their aura. They just got squashed by Logan. Okay, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that they did give Javon a spot, which was to jump off the top of the pods and do a bit of a frog splash type move. I think that it's hard, isn't it? Because people were expecting something really mind-blowing from Javon. And what can you do in a chamber that's not been done before? I mean, I'd say Alexa's Twisted Bliss off the chamber was maybe more impressive than Javon's big moment, So I can understand that criticism, but equally, I think it is very difficult now to kind of do something that's not been done. It kind of takes us to a conversation we were having on the member stream about should they do ladder matches for WrestleMania each year. And the point I was making was that, well, we've already got Money in the Bank as an event. And the big thing about that is the prize. Actual ladder matches, it's kind of hard to make them entertaining and do new things with them, right? They're best to just do whenever a story requires. So, for example, this year we could do one for the women's tag teams. And last year we did a couple for the men's tag teams, and they were great. And I'm sure a women's tag one this year would be great. But I don't think it's something I would stick to doing every single year, right? Because that means every year at WrestleMania, you got to try and think up new spots. And then, of course, you're sort of taking a little bit away from Money in the Bank, which is just a few months down the road. So I think for me, like, I would just try and keep it a blank canvas for WrestleMania where you can just do whatever you want to do, right? So I think the same is true of Elimination Chamber. I've heard since the Elimination Chamber is going to get reviewed. Apparently they looked at this year's Chamber and they're like, we might have done everything we can do. I mean, there wasn't really anything new, was there, in either the women or the men's? There was nothing that we had not seen before. We've seen people getting chucked into pods. We've seen people jumping off pods. I can't really think of anything we haven't seen. We've seen people coming into the Chamber that are not meant to be in the Chamber. We've seen that many times. I mean, we've seen, do you remember Kalisto when he climbed to the center of the Chamber roof and swung and then like dropped down? Like, that was unique. We've had someone actually climb their way to the middle of the roof of the Chamber and then drop down. And you kind of go, what else is there to do? You know? So I think it's quite challenging. I was interested to see what Javon could cook up, and yeah, I can understand the disappointment there. I thought Trick looked good in the match, personally. I think having Logan get the eliminations is frustrating, but I suppose for me, I just know that was meant to be Bronson. I mean, Bronson was meant to be in that match, and that was going to be the Bronson spot. So it just kind of got passed over to Logan, which I can understand is not as satisfying. But I think the chaos at the end, and I thought it was still solid, right? I still had a lot of fun with it. It's not like Javon jumping off a pod is boring, right? It's still fine. And there were still some really good moments that were in there. But I just really enjoyed the ending as well. I mean, I think the score of 4 point something on Cage Match, what I saw, I don't know, didn't feel accurate to me. That didn't feel like a fair reflection of the match that I saw. Definitely felt like it was above that. So, yeah. But it's opinions, isn't it? At the end of the day, some people will have watched it and been really down on it for certain reasons. Some people will have watched it and absolutely loved it because of the crazy finish with Drew and a winner that we didn't predict, and Randy RKOing Cody, and the masked man being revealed as being Seth. We got the big reveal of the masked man. We finally found out who it was. That went down in that match as well. So there'll be differing opinion on that. James said, have we been watching much of the World Cup? Only the England games, to be honest. And it's crazy, actually, because right now I'm sort of home alone looking after the dog. My folks have actually gone to India, completely unconnected, just randomly chose to go to India, right? My mom's retired. My dad is kind of retired. He retired last year, but still does like work for the company he used to work with. And he's just saved his whole life. That's all he's done. He has got no hobbies. He does not play video games. He does not collect records. He does not have any kind of collection, no DVDs, music. He's done nothing his whole life. He's just worked. He'll come back, watch TV, and then next day back to work, right? So he's worked his whole life. And whenever I've like asked him, like, don't you want to buy something? Don't you want to buy a bike? Don't you want to buy a record player? Don't you want to buy, I don't know, what do men buy? Don't you want to go fishing? Don't you want to play tennis? Don't you want to do anything? And he's always said throughout my whole life, the only thing I want to do is when I retire, I just want to be able to go on holiday. That's it. I just want to relax. I just want to go abroad. I just want the sunshine. That's all he wants. Just the sun. He was definitely born in the wrong country. Yeah. Rainy England is not where my dad should have been born. He should have been born in flipping Africa or somewhere. Where it's just sunny all the time. The Sahara Desert. Yeah. He just wants the sun. So they decided they wanted to go to India, and like war kicked off. So India is not that far from Iran, right? And so now all of a sudden they're like, we're meant to be coming back on Thursday. Don't know if that's possible. So all of a sudden they've got a bit of a nightmare as to how they're going to get back, because you've got like Iran there and India's here. It's not far. And to come back, I don't know if they had to go through Iranian airspace, but clearly that's not possible now. So I don't know what their return journey is going to look like now. But turns out the reason why I'm telling you this is because England are playing India in the cricket semi-final 15 minutes from the hotel they're going to be staying at. So they've looked into getting tickets to go. It's mental. My dad has no interest in sport, but my mum has really got into cricket. Like, she really enjoys watching England. So, like, my dad will happily go. I mean, you know, day out in the sun. He's quite happy. So he's not down on it. But, yeah, they're talking about potentially trying to go to the actual game. I'm like, sorry, what? My dad that spent his life not doing anything fun. My mom that's just also worked a whole lot. Like, they're thinking of going to the cricket. It's mental. It does not compute. Doesn't make any sense. It's like my grandparents saying they're going to go to WrestleMania. It's like, I'm sorry, what? You're doing what? So that's crazy. My folks might be there at the semi-final, and I'm not, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the latest is with that, because I think the day of the game is the day they're meant to fly. So they might be in the stadium, or they might be on a plane. I don't know what they're doing. But yeah, I have been watching England's, and I am looking forward to the game on Thursday. Of course, I'll be tuned into that, watching, seeing if England can beat India to get to the final. It's the Cricket World Cup. It's England, India. India, it's their national sport, right? They are the favourites. It's in India. England are going in as the underdogs. They've got a chance, but I would expect India to win. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that on Thursday. I think the other semi-final, which is South Africa, New Zealand, I believe that's tomorrow. I'll try and watch that as well, actually, and pop that on in the background. I've got other things to do, but, you know, I'll have it on in the background. So, yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been good, actually. England games have been quite close, frustratingly close. I don't mind if the India game's close as long as we win. So, yes, I'm looking forward to it. And I'll let you know if my folks end up going, because that is just one of the most random things that's ever happened to our family. I Am Famous said, do we think that Sol Ruka will cost Zaria the match and screw her over? Yes, I would be very surprised if we don't get Sol getting involved tonight. Shining Wizard said, not down means exactly the opposite. It gets me every time you say it. Oh, not down means you are down. So if you're not down, aren't you saying I'm not down? Oh, I'm really down on that. Means I'm down on that. You know, not down is the opposite, isn't it? But you're telling me in Australia it means you're down. So what? The word not doesn't have any value in Australia. How does that work? What? Yeah, no, if I'm not down on it, then that means I'm not down on it. I don't see how that can be the reverse in Australia. God, you're crazy over there. You're crazy over there. Foxy Light said, I didn't know Danhausen before the crate, but after last night's segment, now I'm a fan. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying that, and I think it's very understandable. I mean, I didn't know loads about him, but I had just seen enough in AEW similar to what we saw last night, where I knew that I liked him and I was interested to see him. So I was not much further down the road than many other people, but I think I was a little further down the road than certainly, you know, a lot of people that had a negative reaction to the crate, right? I think, you know, if you see another few segments like what you saw last night, and then we had done like the crate moment, then, you know, I think people would be, you know, oh, it's Danhausen, I like this guy. And that was my reaction to it. I was kind of into the crate moment because of, oh, it's Danhausen, you know, I'm not down on this. I know he's going to be entertaining. But I'm not much further along than other people. There's much bigger Danhausen fans out there than me, but I just saw enough in AEW where I was like, yeah, okay, there's something to this guy. We can have some fun here. So really pleased that that segment came across the way that it did. I'm really pleased that, you know, it was an important segment, actually, because the crate had obviously gone badly. And so that first kind of segment of, oh, this guy, he had a bit of work to do there, didn't he? He had a bit of work to do. But I think people really did enjoy it. You know, him saying, I want to go into the Hall of Fame. I want the pointy picture. I want my own cameraman, like how John Cena had Stu. And I want my face on all the trucks. There's been a few memes that have been created with all of that from our community. I saw Black Ice and WrestleBuzz kind of creating a few memes around those requests. So, yeah, I think perceptions did change a bit last night, but I would say if you was down on the crate, it's absolutely fine, because I think the truth is people just didn't know him, you know? Being down on the crate wasn't really being down on Danhausen. It was more being down on the fact that WWE had hyped up this big thing, which then turned out to be someone we didn't know, or most didn't know, right? That's what people were down on. They weren't really down on him. And then last night on Raw, they got to find out more about him, and I think a lot of people enjoyed what they saw. Metal Mama said, I hope to live like your parents one day. I respect that. Admirable that he put everything aside and worked hard for later in life. Well, I think, to be honest with you, it just, I don't know, my parents grew up pretty poor, where, you know, you just got by with what you had, basically. And, you know, my life was a bit like that. I'd say that I was not as bad as what my parents were. But, you know, there were definitely things that we went without. We didn't go without food or, you know, heat. And we had a TV. But, I mean, it wasn't a great TV. And we didn't certainly have, like, you know, the cable package that meant I could watch WWE and things like that. We didn't have, like, fancy foods and all these kind of things. It was the supermarket's own brand stuff, you know? But I think that kind of beginning in life gives you a real grounding, you know? I feel like I wouldn't have changed it for the world. I certainly would not make it out like it was a hard upbringing. I loved it. I had a great childhood. I was very fortunate. I lived in a great place. I had a park over the road. We'd play football a lot. Had a TV, had foods, had a roof over my head, you know, all good. So I wouldn't change it for the world. But my folks had it difficult, you know. They, you know, it was hard. You got by with what you had, kind of a mentality, you know. And so I think my dad sort of grew up without things. And so he doesn't put value on things. He doesn't need CDs and DVDs, and he doesn't need collectibles, and he doesn't need whatever, right? I can't even think of what he would buy, to be honest. I mean, he just never has had an interest in anything. And it's been a conversation I've had with him many times, like, hey, you're not interested in any hobbies. He's like, what do I need a hobby for? And I'm like, I don't know. To have something to do. He's like, I've got something to do. I go to work and then I relax. I have my dinner and, you know, I watch a bit of TV. And that's it. That's it. So, you know, he's paid bills. That's what he's done. He's paid bills, and he has just put money into pensions and stuff like that. He's painfully sensible. Like, he is so sensible. I could not be more different. I mean, the amount of money I've spent on figures. Do you know what I mean? The amount of stuff that I've spent on collectibles and signed cards and CDs and all this kind of stuff. I mean, I think I've made up for both of us with the stuff he didn't buy. I've ended up buying for me and him, you know? So, but he is painfully sensible. But, I mean, he's reaping the reward now. I mean, he can afford to go on holiday whenever he wants, really. Not that he can go all the time, but, like, you know, he can, if he really wants to, he could go on holiday again later this year, right? To Spain, or he could go to Egypt or something like that, right? Probably not Iran. I wouldn't advise it. But he's earned it. He has absolutely earned it. He has spent his whole life just paying bills and putting money aside. And if you can't enjoy your retirement then, you know, if you can't enjoy your money at that point doing what you want to do with it, I mean, what's the point in living, eh? So certainly do not begrudge him you know, enjoying this period in his life. But it's kind of come back to bite him in the ass a little bit, hasn't it? Because he's gone over to Egypt, or no, gone over to India, and flipping World War III's broken out now. Yeah, so what are you going to do now, eh? What are you going to do now? How are you getting back now? Yeah. So that'll teach him. So he's one of those guys that it's impossible to get a gift for. Metal Mama, you've nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. He is one of those guys that you go, what do I get you? You know? To be honest, I tend to end up getting him like an Amazon voucher, and then he'll spend it on a new Hoover or something the house needs. Honestly, that's what he does. So, you know, I might get him. Oh, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what I got him for Christmas, and he loved it. You can, and I think you could probably get him in America, right? I got him this book, which is like all about Birmingham, which is a city in the UK, and it's like go to this pub and write down what's written above the mirror, right? So you go to the pub in Birmingham, you find the mirror, and above it might have like a saying or something. So you write down that saying in the book, right? And whilst you're there, you have a beer, right? And then it's like, right, next go to this place and do this. And you have to kind of go to these places, find the information, and then at the end, it uses that information to give you a message, right? And the message might answer who killed someone famous, right? And not that it's like real or anything, but like it's just a way of going around the city, basically. I'm sure they do probably some in for Houston, for Orlando, you know, these kind of books that just get you out walking really around the city that you know, and show you maybe some sights you've not seen before, and get you to go to some bars you might not have been to, visit a few kind of places that you didn't know were significant, and the book will tell you about it as you're kind of walking around, you know. So it's just like an interesting day out, really. But he was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows Birmingham like the back of his hands. But he's quite excited to kind of see if the book can tell him anything he doesn't already know, and maybe go to some bars he's not been to, or go to some landmarks he's not seen or didn't know were important. So I got him that. So there will be one day at some point in the summer, probably on a Thursday, where I won't be able to do the WEP, and, you know, we won't be able to do a stream, because I'm going to go with him to Birmingham, and we're going to do that book, and we're going to go to a bar, and then we're going to go to the next place, and we'll go to the food place, and then we'll go here and whatever. But I can't remember what they're called, but they do it for loads of cities in the UK, and I imagine they do them for America as well. So I got him that. It was only like £20, and I got him a voucher. And that he's a nightmare to buy for. Absolute nightmare to buy for. Probably one of the best gifts I could get him would be like changing a load of money to Indian money or Egyptian money wherever he's going, you know, and that would be something. One of the other things I got him the other year was I bought him tickets to go to a tribute night, a Motown tribute night. So he likes Diana Ross, so there was like a Diana Ross tribute, so, you know, get him tickets for that. So yeah, they have to do that kind of stuff with him, because you can't buy him items, can't buy him objects. He's not interested. Your dad is sensible, and Daze is senseless, says Rob. It's true, innit? You know, we do rebel against our parents, and this is just the way I've chose to do it. He's very sensible, and I am not. So, but yes, he is. He's probably living life the constructive way. He's probably living life the way it should be lived, you know. Work hard, save your money. Daze, what is gentleman's relish? Have you ever had it in English condiments? No, I have not. I don't know what gentleman's relish is. Do I Google it? Is it a sex thing? Sounds like a sex thing. It is anchovy paste. It's got anchovy, butter, herbs, and spices. Never encountered it, but if it is... Oh, I've never encountered it. Nope. Don't know. I can tell you, anchovy paste. When I was a kid, dude, we couldn't even afford Coca-Cola. Yeah, we were having the Tesco's own brand cola. We were not purchasing anchovy paste. Okay, this is like what high society are having, right? This is striking me as like something equivalent to caviar. Right? I don't know who in this world was enjoying anchovy paste back in the 80s and the 90s. Perhaps it's a bit more reasonably priced now, I'm not sure. But no, certainly not something I've ever encountered in my life. Daze, if wrestlers nowadays, do we think would have been good in the Attitude Era? What wrestlers would have been good? What wrestlers would have been good in the Attitude Era? Well, Roman would have been good. I mean, Attitude Era, you want people that are big, strong, impressive. There is a place that you could have smaller wrestlers, but if you think back to that time frame and think about who's around at the top of the card, you got The Rock, you got Triple H, you've got Stone Colds. I mean, you want people that have got attitudes. You want people that have got a degree of size. So I think you're looking at Oba. I think you're looking at Gunther. Gunther's got a bit of a character. I think they would have made him a bit more of a foreign menace than he's presented now. We don't really lean into the fact that he's from Austria too much, yeah? We don't really lean in. I mean, when he first was kind of doing stuff, he used to have that jacket and he used to really, like this. And we had Imperium with him and everything. I mean, I could see us sort of leaning more into that presentation, but, he's got a good height to him. Maybe we would have kept him fat. I don't know. I think he did lose a bit of his aura when he lost that weight, I've gone back and looked at him when he first arrived and, kind of the presentation. He looked better. Thin Gunther has definitely lost some aura. Which, it's better for his health and it's better for his conditioning. It's better for his heart and his cardio. So, it's one of those, but just aura-wise, I think he lost a little bit of something. But maybe the foreign menace and having him be, a bit bigger. I think Gunther could have translated. I think Oba definitely could have translated. I mean, he's just got crazy aura. Aura is aura. Roman would have translated. I think we're looking at that kind of level. Trick's very similar to like a Booker T, isn't he? I mean, let's be real. He is. He's very similar to a Booker T with his look. He's got that kind of hairstyle. He's got a good height and size to him. Absolutely no reason why he wouldn't have worked in an Attitude Era. So, yeah, I think there would have been a lot of kind of crossover. Women would have struggled, of course. I mean, I think Rhea would have worked. I mean, China was around at that time. But we know that women's matches were just not prioritized. So the women, to be truthful, just wouldn't have had much in the way of an opportunity. But I could see Rhea China matches. Absolutely. And, maybe we would have had, some attractive girls go back there as well, like a Maxine, like a Liv. But, I mean, they might have been doing some stuff they wouldn't really be wanting to do, bra and panty stuff, which, to be honest, was not all throughout the Attitude Era. It's more towards the tail end of the Attitude Era. But, there was that was more like into the 2000s. Don't think we were so much doing that in the like 97, 98, 99. But we were doing like stuff 2000, 2001, 2002. But that's still kind of Attitude Era. Certainly 2000, 2001. So yeah, we'd have Liv and we'd have potentially Maxine, some of them doing stuff that they don't want to do. Women's wrestling was not fantastic in that time period, but men's wise, I think some of those bigger guys definitely could have translated. I think Punk had more aura coming out to the ring last night than Roman. I said that jacket made him lose some aura, says Metal Mama. Liv could wrestle like a beast in a pudding, said Rob. Well, Brock. I mean, Brock was around 2002. So, you know, Brock maybe just missed Attitude Era, but obviously he absolutely could have been around Attitude Era. Akeem said, I guess it was a 60s pub thing. I'm trying to embrace some old English pub foods. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I would be very surprised if they were having anchovy paste in pubs. I mean, I suppose they could, but I mean, pubs have always been for working men, really. Well, I suppose it's differed, but a lot of pubs were, you know, you go in, have a beer. They weren't really doing beers at home back in those days. So if you wanted to go and have a beer, you would go to your local pub, and, you know, it was cheap, and everyone was there. It's a hard place to picture there being anchovy paste, to be honest. But there are going to be high-class pubs in London and places like that, you know? So I'm sure it probably did make its way into some pubs, but I can't say it would have been widespread, like all pubs would have had it, you know? But that's interesting to think about. I wouldn't go too far back. I mean, to be honest with you, when it comes to food from the UK, I think what a lot of people forget is that it's been hard for the UK. Like, the UK obviously has been through like 2 wars, and there's been a big class system that's been in place. I mean, we all, you know about the rich and their big mansions like Downton Abbey, and then you've got like the servants, you know. So you've got like high society, and then you've got the poor people. And so I think what people probably forget about with UK food is that a lot of the food is meant to just get you through the day. A lot of the food in our history is out of necessity. It's not been constructed because it's fantastically tasting. And this is why the food argument is a bit, not frustrating, but like, you know, when people are like, oh, the food in the UK sucks. We were never trying to make it not really. It was never about, can we make really flavoursome food? It was about, can we survive and get to tomorrow? Right? It was about, I don't have any money and I really need to live. You know, the Cornish pasty, for example, right? And I've said this story before. The Cornish pasty is like a pastry that's got meat and turnip, potatoes, and, you know, a bit of gravy in there and everything. And it's got this kind of ridge. I can quickly show you, right? I know we're going off track, but what's it matter? And we'll get back to wrestling in a second. But this is a Cornish pasty, and it's obviously very English as a result, yeah? So this is a Cornish pasty, as you can see. And inside there's like meat and veg and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, people will look at that and go, oh, I'm not really, I'd rather have a burger, right? But the truth is, the reason why this exists is because people used to take them down the mines. So they would load it full of a filling, and then that bit there is what they would hold. Their hands would be black, full of mining and soot. And so their hands would be black with soot. And of course, you wouldn't want to really eat what you were touching. So you would hold it on that bit there, and you would eat this bit here. And so, again, it's out of necessity. It isn't like, oh, let's make this because it's going to be great in a restaurant. It's, I'm going to make this so that I can carry it down the flipping mine. So that when I'm on a break, I've got something to live from and survive from, and I'm going to have veg in there, I'm going to have meat in there, and I'm going to get through. I'm going to live to tomorrow. So I think like a lot of food like cottage pies and shepherd pies and meat pies and Cornish pasties, things like, it was, I don't believe they were ever designed to be, this is our cuisine, we're so proud of it. It's can we get to tomorrow? Can we get through? And there's a big class difference, isn't there, as well? So, you know, high society are eating game and all these lovely birds and all these lovely meats, and they're having just vegetables with it and all that kind of stuff. So they're eating that kind of food, and I'm sure they have got some avocado paste. But, you know, the poorer people are just having to raid whatever's in the house and just have that, you know? They're just having to get by with what they've got, so... Yeah, I always find that who's got the best cuisine stuff, UK sucks, you know, if you go back to their history of their foods. I find that frustrating because it's not taking into account really why the food is the way that it is. It's to survive. It's to get through. It's to keep working. The Industrial Revolution in this country was massive, and it meant that, we were manufacturing, but it meant that people were just being worked to the bone. I mean, people were just working. And, you don't have time to go and cook anything fancy. You just have to get through. So, yeah, I think if you go back into the history of like UK food, if that was something you're doing, I would say, I don't know that you're going to find a load of stuff that, oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had. This is amazing. But I would just say, remember it through the lens that it was created, which was, we're poor. We haven't got much at our disposal. We're going to make the best of what we've got. And sometimes it's just out of necessity, I suppose what I'm saying is that it's food that you can be proud of. It's food that fed a nation. It's food that kept us going. It's food that got us to the next day. The idea that should be like looked down on, is like, I think we're missing the point on this. I think we're missing the point. So, yes, is there more tasty food out there? Absolutely. Love Italian food. Love, hamburgers, pizza, brisket. Love pulled pork and, all this kind of stuff, Brilliant. Great. But UK food was never trying to do that, It was always about getting to the next day. Carl, shout out to you, buds. Here in the US, it's just taken for granted. Yeah, no, I love what the US has got. I mean, it's. I suppose I'm not trying to say. I'm not really trying to say anything. I'm just trying to say like, it just got us through, and that's it. So when you see all these YouTube videos where it's like, oh, UK food's the worst and all that kind of stuff, you do kind of go, I don't think you're really getting the point on this. I think you're really missing the point. It's not like they were a load of idiots that were trying to make something good and this is all they could come up with. It was more, this is all they had and this is all they could come up with. We should feel sorry for them, if anything. So, yeah, but like putting that to one side, if you look at like some of the amazing food that's out there, yeah, there's some fantastic stuff that's around the world. And we're very fortunate in the UK, actually, because we have a lot of that food that's now come to the UK. So you shouldn't struggle, certainly if you go to London, to find great meals. I went to London last year, actually, because believe it or not, one of those books I mentioned earlier about Birmingham, my brother got one for my dad for London, because my dad loves London, right? He just loves the hustle and the bustle of it, right? And the architecture, and he just likes London, right? I think because when he was young, London was like this amazing city of opportunity. So he just loves London. So my brother got him the book for London. So we did it. We went to these places and had a drink and all that. It was a great day. But we needed to have some food, right? And we just went into this random Italian restaurant in London. It was incredible. Like, the pizza was flipping huge. It was freshly cooked. And it was so flavoursome. And when you're eating something that's just so fresh, it's like, I don't know where they got the ingredients from, but I feel like they picked them that morning. Everything was just so fresh. And it was amazing. So that's not English cuisine, right? It's Italian. But you can get great food in London. Might not have originated in the UK, but there is amazing food because, people travel around, don't they? People bring their ideas from Italy, from Germany, from Spain, from Belgium. I mean, the UK's not that far. So they come into the UK, sell their Belgium chocolates, sell their Italian food, sell their Greek kebabs. And so you've got access to all of that in London. London's amazing. I'd imagine the same is true in New York and all the other major cities where people have travelled, and brought their different cuisines. You're very fortunate in America, though, because you've obviously proudly got a lot of your own creations, like the Philly cheesesteak and things like that. So you've got some fantastic things that you guys have come up with. So, yeah, it's good. I do find food quite interesting. But to be honest, most of the time I just eat it to try and live, to try and survive. I don't really get a chance to have nice big meals and all that kind of stuff, you know. I just literally try and grab something and then bang, off we go, streaming. Okay, Hannah said, it's a good point. What wrestlers from the Attitude Era would have done good today? Yeah, I think most of them, to be honest. Certainly a lot at the top of the card. I think the truth is that a lot of people can translate well between those eras, because I think there's a lot of similarity, actually. I think that the only thing you would struggle with is, like, if you put a Stone Cold in today's world, how far can he push it with the language and things? You know, I guess you can flip the bird and you can use the occasional bad words, but it is more PG now. So someone like Stone Cold, I think, would still work. He's still a badass, and, you know, he's still got that sort of badass attitude, you know? I mean, let's say that he goes after Triple H in today's day and age, yeah? Rather than going when he went after Vince. That would work. Him going after Triple H, hitting stunners, going after him, coming out with that attitude, like, it would work. I still believe it would work. I still believe that the same things that made it work in the Attitude Era would be the same things that would make it work now. You know, one of the big things was people seeing someone standing up to their boss, you know, and Stone Cold having a boss that's kind of treating him poorly. And I think a lot of us have been in that situation in our lives. You know, you want to be able to stand up to them and say what you want to say. And here's Stone Cold on TV doing it. Yeah. And you can kind of live vicariously through that. So I think the core story of standing up to your boss, because let's be honest, Stone Cold Mr. McMahon is the big thing that, like, works for the Attitude Era and for Stone Cold and for Mr. McMahon. So if you could take that, you could bring it into today's world, and I think it would translate. Whether it would hit as hard, because we know a bit too much about behind the scenes now. I mean, don't forget, Attitude Era, the majority of people still weren't, you know, online, I would say. I mean, we got our first computer at the end of 98, and it was a very cheap thing. But at the end of 98, we got our first computer. I certainly was not going onto wrestling forums, stuff like that. Not aware of any of my wrestling friends that were doing that either. Whether you was a bit further along in America, because obviously you tend to get, certainly at that time, you got a bit of technology before we did. You would have it first, we would get it, you know, a month or two later. Whether you was a bit further along than us, I still don't think that the masses were kind of online at that point. Even 2001, when we're doing like WrestleMania 17, I think the real explosion is with smartphones. I think when the internet goes onto phones, I think that's the game-changing moment. I think that's when all of a sudden the internet is accessible to everyone with a smartphone. It's in your pocket. You don't need to be at a computer. You can check anything you want at any time. I think that's the game-changing moment. So really anything before then, I would have questions around how many people were finding out the truth, you know. And don't forget, I mean, social media as well is obviously a big moment. That's when, you know, things can start being shared around amongst people online. So social media, things like MySpace might have been a pretty big moment. So I think we're looking post-Attitude Era. I really do. I mean, if Attitude Era ends like 01, 02, then I think things like MySpace and smartphones and better internet speeds and more computer accessibility for people, I think it's all after Attitude Era. So I think the Attitude Era, part of what made it special is that it was still protected. There was still a degree of mystery around it. That will not be true of everyone. There will be people that are like, oh, I knew the truth. I knew what was going on. Well, yeah, maybe you was ahead of the curve. But I don't think it's true of the masses. I don't think that's true of the casual fans. So I think you can, whether it would hit as hard, I don't know. But I do think you could take Stone Cold out, put him into today's age. I think it would work, certainly with that story. And I think that you'd have to just watch the bad language and, you know, monitor that. We know Triple H would work. Triple H was still going into the 2010s, wasn't he? So, I mean, we know that his character would work. Shawn would work, DX and all of that would work, but you would just have to be careful with the comedy. Obviously, some of that DX stuff has not aged very well. Certainly thinking like when they were dressing up as Nation of Domination and blackface and all of that. I mean, no, right? So there's definitely stuff there that you couldn't do, but as long as like it's cheeky comedy and it's sort of still kept within the confines PG, you'd be able to do it. Kind of thinking about like mid cards, like I think a lot of that would work. I mean, Ken Shamrock would work. UFC would be really good actually with that crossover. So I mean, all of that would work. Heart Foundation, Val Venus, I don't think you'd get away with, to be honest. I think you might struggle there. Big Boss Man's just a legend, so Boss Man would be okay. Rikishi would be okay. Too Cool would be loved. Honestly, I think there'd be a lot of crossover. I mean, what's the big difference between the two eras? It's the age rating. That's the big difference. So, yes, you're going to have to PG it up a little bit. Doesn't mean it have to become, like, childish. But it just means you can't go as far with some of the stuff as you would have before, you know? You wouldn't get away with some of the nudity of the women. You wouldn't get away with the volume of bad language, you know? But so you'd have to tone that down. But I think you could still keep a lot of, you know, the Attitude Era. And actually, there were some people saying last night felt a bit like Attitude Era. There were some people last night saying that kind of ambulance, and then it was revealed that LA Knight was going to be the driver of the ambulance, and the attack backstage from Jimmy on Theory. And just that whole kind of Heyman being curbed and busted and bloods, and you know that open just felt like shades of Attitude Era. Well, I mean that's shades of Attitude Era being performed in a PG product. I mean you can have that, and you can have things equivalent to that. This is why I always push back when people say that PG, you know, sucks and all that kind of stuff. It's like some of the best things we've ever done have been PG. And yeah, Attitude Era was exciting, but just because the product is stale or bad at times doesn't mean that we can't make it better, and doesn't mean that we can't get closer to some of that Attitude Era stuff that was really fun. It's just we haven't been doing it. You could do a supermarket brawl right now. You could do Stone Cold Booker T brawling in a supermarket. There's no reason. That's not a problem. That's not a PG issue. It's a creative issue. I think there's people out there that confuse creative and the problems with creative with the age rating. And they think that because it's PG, it has to be aimed at kids, or, it can't be as exciting. It's like, no, it can still be exciting, and we can still do a lot of stuff we did in the Attitude Era. But yes, there are definitely things we would have to just bring down. You wouldn't get away with the amount of nudity. You wouldn't get away with the amount of bad language. And so, yeah, you're going to have to turn those things down. You wouldn't get away with the amount of blood, maybe some of the chair shots to the head and, things along those lines. But by and large, the bulk of it you could probably get away with. So, I mean, look at that line last night about burying him next to his father. I mean, that's a savage line. That's a savage line. And it aired last night on Raw. And the ambulance open and the blood with Heyman aired last night on Raw. So, we can do those things. It's just creatively we've not been doing those things. Fighting in a supermarket with these grocery prices in this economy, says Rob. That's a good point, actually, Rob. That's a good point. Yes. Chris said, back in the Attitude Era with the internet in the US, by the time you got the scoop from the dirt sheets, the shows would be over. That's true. It was largely dial-up, wasn't it, back then? Which was a nightmare, like really slow. I remember downloading Boobs, and it would be like flipping a line at the time, and by the time you get into the nipples, you're just hearing someone coming up the stairs, so you're like, oh my God. It was, honestly, you don't know how difficult it was. It was a terrible, terrible time. But yeah, I think that it was a magic time as well. That it's so hard to explain to people that weren't around at that time. Just it was so weird. It was good and it was bad in a way, because it was really good because the end of the 90s going into the 2000s, it just felt like a little bit like there was no rules. It's hard to put into place because, of course, there was laws. You couldn't kill people, right? But I don't know, like TV just felt like anarchy. You know, you had things like Cops and you had things like Jerry Springer, where people would just be talking and then, you know, start fighting and ding, 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 you know, and you got people going off on each other. And, you know, here in the UK, we had like a breakfast show called The Big Breakfast. And it was just chaos on The Big Breakfast. You know, I'd tune in before I'd have to go to school. And, you know, they'd have guests on and they were just in a house. And so, you know, they were just doing wacky stuff, man. I mean, on the other channel, BBC, you've got them sat there at a desk telling you the news. You click over to Channel 4, it's The Big Breakfast, and they're in a house. Like they're, you know, talking to you from the living room, and then they'll go to the kitchen to meet the pushy mom of the week. When she's, you know, the pushy mom is just trying to desperately get her daughter onto TV. And they're not so interested in the daughter. They're more interested in the mom, like what lengths will you go to get your daughter on TV and all this kind of stuff. I remember actually The Big Breakfast, there's a famous scene of one of the female interviewers lying on a bed next to Yokozuna. And Yoko's flirting with her. And she's lying on a bed interviewing him because for some reason they did the interviews whilst lying on the bed in the bedroom of the house, right? And Yoko's lying there. It's a really infamous clip. If you've never seen it, that was from The Big Breakfast. So, you know, you kind of start your day with that kind of anarchy. And then when you come back, you've got like, there was a show called Euro Trash that showed you all the quirky sex stories from around Europe. You know, you had things like TFI Friday, which was another kind of crazy show that was like live bands and interviews. It was crazy. It just felt crazy. It felt like a crazy time. Jerry Springer and Howard Stern and Cops and all of those kind of chat shows. You know, other things like Ricky Lake was another one, wasn't it? There was loads of those kind of shows at that time. And yeah, I don't know. It just felt crazy. It felt edgy. You had things like The Simpsons were around and Family Guy starting in 99 and South Park was around. And that was a big influence as well, of course. And in the charts, you had things like nu metal, you know, which was a new wave of music. So you had things like Limp Bizkit. Of course, they were at WrestleMania. And you had all the kind of nu metal bands that were around as well. And just kind of felt like anything could happen. It just sort of felt crazy. It felt like you could have a night out and not know where you were going to end up. And I think I was the right age for it as well, where, you know, I didn't have responsibilities. I didn't have kids. I didn't have a mortgage. And I didn't have those things. I was still young. So to me, I could go on a night out and just flipping wake up in a ditch somewhere, you know, and then watch The Big Breakfast and throw up and whatever. And it's like, I don't know, I was probably just the right age. All of it ended with 9/11, I would say. I'd say it, and that's when that kind of craziness kind of felt like it ended and the world got real. And all of a sudden there's wars and Middle East and all that kind of stuff, you know. That was the end of the honeymoon periods. 9/11 in my mind is where that craziness stops. But you go from, and isn't that weird? I've never really thought about it. But isn't it weird that a lot of people would say the Attitude Era probably ends 2001 when WCW gets bought by WWE? And 2001, we do the invasion angle, which is not that well received, right? And so 2001 is probably, a lot of people would say, the end of the Attitude Era. Maybe it just bleeds into 2002 a little bit. But I think by the time we get into 2002, I think, you know, we're stretching it, yeah? Most people would say the Attitude Era is WWF against WCW. It's the Monday Night War, yeah? It's the attitude of trying to, you know, be the more exciting product. And with WCW going out of business in 2001, that's where that comes to a close. And how funny that for me, I think the general feeling around at that time also ends that year with 9/11, 2001. So 2001, I think, is a really big year for wrestling, but also for the world. And it's hard to kind of sum up, like, really, I don't know when it all started. I feel like in the UK, we started having a good time around the mid-90s. We have a movement called Britpop, which is Oasis and Blur and Pulp and all those kind of bands. And it just felt like Britain was cool in the mid-90s. Cool Britannia. I mean, the Spice Girls are around and, you know, Jerry's wearing that Union Jack dress. And it just feels cool. And it feels cool. Britain feels cool in the mid-90s. And then it kind of bleeds into the anarchy of, like, it's about to be a new millennium. And, like, the late 90s feel kind of crazy. And we had all that stuff that I mentioned. And then for me, it's done by 2001. I think you have to remember that the Attitude Era is living in that time period. You have to remember that with everything I've just said, that's where the Attitude Era sits. It's a very special time. Very, very special time. It's a very crazy time. It's a very different time. It does not... The feelings I felt then are not the feelings I feel now. You know, where we are now, I mean, we've got... Life's hard, isn't it? It's hard to, you know, even go out and have a few beers. I heard a guy on the radio the other day. He said that him and his wife earn £200,000 a year. £200,000 between them. And he's like, I don't know how people do it. He's like, we have to pay for the mortgage and the bills. We got 2 kids. He's like, we're struggling to be able to go out to the local restaurant and have just a meal. He's like, and we're on amazing money. We know that. I don't know how others do it. And it's like, it's bad, isn't it? It's bad. It's bad. I don't need to tell you about the cost of living. It's bad. It's hard over here. I know it's hard in America. I'm sure it's hard in Canada. I'm sure it's hard wherever you are. It's seemingly hard everywhere. And certainly these fuel prices and everything ain't going to help right now, are they? But whatever. It is what it is. It's just a hard time. So you got to remember that when you're comparing now to the Attitude Era, I would say it was a very different time to where we are now. Joe said, I witnessed 9/11. Did you, Joe? Did you? Seeing those towers come down in person just hits harder than on TV. You just couldn't process it. I've said before, and I hope people don't get kind of mixed up with whenever I've said it more on the web than I have on this channel. I am fascinated in 9/11 because I think it's the biggest thing that ever happened in my life. I think it was the end of a chapter of my life. I see that kind of late 90s, early 2000s as a real crazy time. And then 9/11 happens and things get real serious. And I think it kind of marked a change in my life as well, where I started going to work. I mean, I start working in retail in 2002. And that's the start of a whole new chapter of my life. So 2001, at the very end of 2001, it's so weird how everything kind of came together. It just felt like everything changed in that moment. And I suppose in a way it feels like it was that moment. So for me, I'm so fascinated in it because it marks a real change in the world, a change in my life. But also it's the biggest terrorist attack I've witnessed on TV. I wasn't there like you were. And I just think, like, how did it happen? How did we not know it was going to happen? And, you know, what were the repercussions of it? And what was it like in America at that time? I mean, I've only had at that point the news. I only had BBC to tell me. And obviously in years since, I've been able to watch things like American... And you can go on YouTube and you can see what TV was like that day, like minute by minute. You can watch a TV channel and see their morning show and then see the moment they interrupt it to bring you the news and then see the coverage in America. And like, I find that stuff so interesting. I'm not into the conspiracy theories. I'm not into any of that. I don't go in for any of that. But just, it's crazy. It is crazy. It's such a big moment that, you know, documentaries on it, I think I'll always find interesting. Listening to people's Stories, I'll always find interesting. Yeah, All of that stuff, just I don't think I'll ever not find it interesting. It's such a pivotal moment in the world. So, yeah, Joe, that's incredible. I didn't know that, Joe, that you was actually there. You saw it with your own eyes. He said, I'm fascinated by it as well. My dad worked next to the towers. Didn't know if he was alive until the early evening. There was no cell service. Joe, that's amazing. I think I could have an amazing conversation with you, Joe. That's incredible. To think that you was there and you witnessed it with your own eyes, that is incredible to me. I just one of those moments, isn't it? They say that with JFK, like, you know where you were when he was assassinated. I was not here. I was not born, right? But if you was, you know where you were. I know exactly where I was. I was sat in a room waiting for a lesson to begin. I was actually on my own. I don't know why I was on my own. I don't know where everyone else had gone. But I was in this like waiting room. And I remember that I was just sat in there. It was about lunchtime in the UK because it happened like 9 in the morning, didn't it? So we're 5 hours ahead in the UK compared to New York. So if it's 9 there, it's like 2, just getting out of lunch. So it's coming up to 2 o'clock. And I remember, I think I must have had a lesson about 2:30, something like that. So I was sat in this waiting room. I can't remember if I was eating or if I'd just eaten, but it was kind of like, you know, that coming out of lunchtime, about to go into a new lesson. And I was just in this room on my own, waiting to go into like this next lesson, and the TV was on, and you know, I don't think I saw the breaking news. I think it was just on, and I was just watching pictures, probably the BBC, I would imagine, was probably the channel, and it was just the pictures you've all seen, you know, of the towers and all that stuff. But to be in a room on your own, watching a tiny TV and witnessing what you're witnessing, you obviously have a lot of questions. And it's like, how has this happened? Who has done this? Where's this going? You know, who's been affected? What was it like being in New York? You have all of these questions. And I suppose I've been able to answer a lot of those from watching videos and documentaries and stuff. And I just I think I'll always find it fascinating. I'd love to go to New York, and I'd love to go to the museum. I suppose in a way, go to the fountains and pay respect and everything. It's such a... It's weird, isn't it? Because, I mean, I'm in the UK. I'm not even American. But I can assure you the impact of that day was felt around the world. That it really was. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. Joe said, I've got pictures of his office after. Feel free if you want to chat. It was my first week as a college freshman, says Joe. Well, Joe, I'd love to chat. I don't know where we can make such a thing happen, but probably best to not do it on the web, because the web is a bit of fun, isn't it? And I don't think that's the right conversation to have there. So I don't know if I could find a space and we could work something out. That could be a very interesting, because it's a topic I do genuinely have an interest in. It is a topic that I've said it before, and people know I regard it as the biggest moment in my life. I put it above like the death of Diana. I put it above the death of the Queen. I put it above the pandemic. And I think the reason for that is because 9/11 was so intense of a moment. I mean, it was like a few hours and it was done. Do you know what I mean? From the moment the first plane hits to the moment the second tower collapses and the aftermath of it, it's a few hours. It's very intense. With the pandemic, it was stretched out over such a long period of time, you know, that it's hard to compare the two. But yeah, crazy. I'm a NYC employee. I get museum tickets for free. Well, Joe, I will hopefully go one day, and I will pay my way when I go, and I will make sure to pay my respects as well when I'm there. And yeah, it was heartbreaking, and still something I think about, not daily, but like something that, you know, I will probably watch something 9/11 related each year. At some point, you know, something will pop up in my feeds. There'll be a new documentary, or there'll be a new perspective, or, you know, there'll be a sit-down interview with a 9/11 survivor or a firefighter or something. I will end up watching it. So, yeah. Joe, shout out to you. I didn't know any of that, Joe. And, yeah, I'm sure we can find a way of getting a conversation at some point. It'd be good. Did anyone here remember Hillsborough? I can't even begin to wonder what that would have been. Yeah, Hillsborough for me, I was a little young, which I think is why it didn't hit me like the same way. And I think as well, I was probably a little bit protected from it. So, you know, I do remember the news for Hillsborough, and I do remember like my parents' reaction being horrified and heartbroken, and I can sort of vaguely remember something around Hillsborough. I think it was like 89 Hillsborough, which is like a football stadium disaster where too many people were let in and they got crushed, and Liverpool fans, and it was, I mean, it's horrific, absolutely horrific. I think I was just not the right age for that, to be honest. And I think my parents probably protected me from a lot of what was on TV from it. But no downplaying that whatsoever. I mean, horrific, absolutely horrific. And the fallout of it is still going on as well. They're still doing investigations and stuff, aren't they? Still looking into, I don't know if they've reached conclusions, but the Hillsborough investigation has been decades of work. They say that WWE was the first sports event was a baseball game on the 17th, but WWE was the 13th. Yeah, I think, WWE was the first big public gathering. Maybe they just don't class WWE as sports. Perhaps, you know, I mean, whatever. The first big public gathering, though, was WWE. I think you're right. It was a couple of days, wasn't it? It was not long after, and there was still real concern about whether they should have done that or not. I mean, the thing that's easy to forget is that people just didn't know what was happening next. They didn't know what, you know, I mean, like, that was okay, New York had been targeted. Was there more attacks coming to New York? Was there attacks coming to LA? Was there attacks coming to London? People just didn't know. Like, was this the first wave of something? I mean, obviously nothing followed behind, but it was scary times. You didn't know what you was quite watching. You didn't quite know where this was leading, and what you was witnessing was enough. So yeah, a big distraction there, but I don't mind it. I feel like we just talk about what people want to talk about, and somehow we ended up on that, but that's okay. If you are joining us, we have got NXT coming up, and we've already previewed tonight's show. Chris said, just popping in, want to say hi. Chris, how you doing, buds? Shout out to you. Hope life's treating you well. NXT tonight. And we got NXT tonight, but we've got NXT on Saturday. So we have got a pretty big show tonight. We've got the Women's Championship being defended, but we've also building towards this Saturday, so I'm very much looking forwards to this show tonight. I don't expect a new champion, but I think anything that's, hopefully the show is going to be entertaining, but hopefully it just gets us a bit more excited for this weekend as well. I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of people didn't know the card, because even I wasn't sure of it, because I do think Elimination Chamber has kind of sucked the air out the room, if you will. We were all focused on that this weekend. So, yeah, now we have got something else to look forward to. So, hopefully this show can get us kind of excited and G'd up for that, you know. Daze, are you doing a watch-along for Saturday? I am. Rob, yeah, that's what I was saying, yeah. I am doing a watch-along on Saturday. And hopefully this show can get us excited for that. I mean, I'm looking forward to it anyway, but as I said, I can understand a lot of people maybe not even being aware of what's going down on Saturday, you know. Jared said, I can imagine Raw Deal probably has PTSD. Do we think Izzi keeps her championship on Saturday? I think that's an excellent question. I think it's an excellent question because she's not long had it, but the person that she probably should lose it to would be Tatum Paxley. But to be honest with you, I think Izzi should keep it. I think Tatum should be around the women's top title. I think I'd be more interested in having Tatum up there. because Tatum's been in NXT for quite a while now, and apparently they like her on the main roster. Don't think she's going to be called up in like that next wave. Don't think she goes up after WrestleMania, but it's not impossible. I mean, she's got a very interesting character. The only thing is if they feel it's maybe a bit too similar to Alexa and Wyatt Six, and if they're going to struggle to find where she sits as a result. So I don't think they bring her up after Mania. So, don't know, does she need a run with the mid-card belt? Or is it better to just keep her free and have her go after the top title? I mean, listen, she's going to be fine. If she wins the belt, then she's a champ and Tatum fans will celebrate that. If she doesn't get the belt, Tatum fans will be disappointed in the short term. But I don't think they should be, because it might be that it just frees her up to go after something bigger, which could be the top title. I mean, you could absolutely do Jacy, Tatum for that top title. Tatum is over. People love her. We were talking earlier about what would stand and deliver be, and I was saying Jaida stands a chance because I think she's probably the most over babyface. I think it'd be close between Tatum and Jaida. I don't... You might have to do a number one contenders match. Figure out who's more over. I think the fans would really struggle to pick a side on that one, actually. So Tatum's going to be fine. Absolutely fine. Joe said, name a time and a place, buds. I'm comfortable talking about it. And since you're fascinated by it, I think you'll enjoy my unique vantage point. Yeah, no, I agree. My only thing is I just, off the top of my head, I don't know. That's it. Like, I couldn't really give you a time and a place because I don't quite know where I would fit it in. I know it doesn't fit on a stream, one of these, obviously. And I know it doesn't fit on a wrestling escape pods. So it would have to be something a bit out there. I don't know. I'd have to find a time and a place for it. Because I think there would be others that would be interested in the conversation as well, you know? But that is different kind of content, isn't it? So I don't know. Yeah, it might take a little bit of thought, but I'd definitely love to speak to you about it because I've never spoke to anyone that's actually witnessed it. So that would be very interesting. And, you know, obviously it's good that you're comfortable speaking about it as well. So we'll figure something out. I just, off the top of my head right now, not sure. But, yeah, crazy that you saw it with your own eyes. Still can't believe that. I've never spoke to anyone that was actually there at that moment. That is crazy. Here we go, says Glockness. I loved it when Seth Stomp Paul said Suzanne. D. Gaddy said, speaking of women's wrestling, can we get someone for Nikki? We do need someone for Nikki. I hope she's not, like, secretly injured or anything like that, you know? I hope she's not secretly injured and we just don't know about it, because it is bonkers that she's not been doing anything. Right, we should be starting. We should be starting. Boom. The show, and we are. Okay, so we're seeing last week where we had a new speed champion. Oh, yeah, we've got a pretty big match tomorrow as well, you know. So tomorrow we got a street fight. It's going to be Kendall Gray, and if you've not seen PJ Vassar, I think you might want to. If you've not seen PJ Vassar, I think you're going to get excited by her. She is Samoan descent. She is potentially that sort of Samoan female that we've been waiting for. Now, I know we've got Nia, but PJ Vassar really leans into the heritage a lot more. So she's very interesting, very exciting. Kendall Gray is an amazing talent as well. So Kendall Gray against PJ Vassar, Women's Championship street fight. That goes down tomorrow. Okay, right now we're having a look at the moment that Zaria speared and took out Soul. I still don't know why the bell rang. Snatch that, Soul. There we go. There was the moment. Thank goodness it finally happened, said Dr. Luchalala. Rob said there's going to be a Zaruka reconciliation. Oh my God. I flipping hope not. It's a long video package at the moment. They're just showing us everything that went down last week. That's going to lead to Hank and Tank in action. They're going to be... Well, there's Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry with Ricky. We know that that goes down at the weekend. Then boom, Ethan going into the corner. Miles Bourne becoming the new North American champ. Every picture I've seen of Miles, he's still got that Canadian flag on the belt strap. I hope he's changed that. I mean, nothing against Canada, but obviously that's an Ethan thing. Okay, here we go. We are inside the PC. Sign in the crowd said it's Tatum Tuesday. NXT. Mal Mama said, I hope tonight it helps me catch up for Saturday. I feel like every time I watch NXT, I bring along some horrible creative. I hope I don't tonight. I hope you don't tonight. Okay, here we go. Here is Miles, and the belt strap has changed. And has it gone back to like the red strap? Yeah, it has. It's gone back to the OG strap. It's be de-Canada'd. I wonder, do they sell those belts that were Ethan's with the Canada strap song? So I bet they'd sell well in Canada if they did. Looks like that's the end of that version of the championship. Booker says a brand new suit as well. He loves it. There we go. We're just back to the strap we had before. Chris said the belt looks way better now. Ox blood colour, said Rob. Is that what it is? Ox blood colour. Fans are chanting, you deserve it. Dr. Luch Lala said, I don't mind them taking the belt off Ethan. Ethan's great and he doesn't need it. I agree. He says he heard his name being announced as champ. You know what I've been through and what I fight for. Thank you, Ethan. Thank you for doubting me. You unleashed a demon. Okay. He holds the belt up and says, "Can you hear me now?" Here comes Ethan. I thought he was going to do like an open challenge. Suzanne said, "Here comes the sore loser." All I heard was "Thank you, Ethan Page." That's all he heard. Last week you got lucky. Ethan says last week he had a bad night, but he's had a million great nights. Who cares, Ethan? I want Ethan on the main roster, said Real Russ. He's wearing the wrong shoes for that suit, said Shining Wizards. Get the belt off him. Oh, you're talking about Miles? You want a rematch? Okay, Ethan said, "I want my rematch tonight." Here's Stone. Here's Robert Stone. I wonder if they're going to save this for the weekends. Oh, no. Ethan wants to do it now, but Ethan's not in gear. Neither of them are in gear. What the hell's going on? Bella sounded, we are underway. Huh? I was adamant he was going to roll out the ring then. No way did I think we were going to do this. The Bella sounded, though. They're fighting in suits. Yeah, I like it. I like that. You want to do it? Let's go. Bella sounded. Neither are in wrestling gear. This is crazy, isn't it? Look, they're both fighting in shoes. Both fighting in suits. We're just doing it now. It's happening now. This is happening. Now. Right, I mean, right now that shirt is being ripped off by Ethan. Shot coming in there by Ethan. Yeah, I like it. I mean, I felt like the opening promo was really interesting because I didn't quite know where it was going. I was like, are we doing it tonight? Are we doing it at the weekend? I was not expecting now. Is this going to go to a count out? Is that how we're going to get out of it? Shots coming in there by Miles. Miles unloading on Ethan. No, we're still going. We're still doing it. It's still happening. Oh, it's crazy. So much fun, but crazy. Wow. It's a great start for NXT, said Word Live Cena fan. Someone's going to turn an ankle, said Akeem. Don't damage the rental suits. Oh, no. God, you're right. You're right. We're staying with the action, though. I thought we were going to go to one of those graphics, but we're staying with the action. Craziness. It's one of those where I keep looking to see when they're going to like find a way of getting out of it, and they're just not doing it. I thought then when they were fighting on the outsides, I really thought it was going to be a case that they'd get counted out and we'd get out of it that way. No, this is happening. Shots coming in by Ethan. Another shot coming in. Ethan Page. Just undoing the sleeves. Grabbing Miles, throwing in a big right hand. Stomp coming in there by Ethan. So we've stayed with the action. Ethan grabbing Miles. Those suits are cheap, said King Yeti. It's okay. Oh, bang. 1, 2. Kick out there by Miles. Yeah, I like it. I agree. I mean, spontaneous, different, rematch, wrestling in suits. I'm sure when Miles retains, Ethan will say he wasn't ready or something. Against the ropes, picked up, driven down, going for the cover, 2, shoulder up, shoulder up. Ethan. Miles could have the shortest title reign, said short. That's true, isn't it? That's true. Headlock is in. Headlock is applied by Ethan. And right now, Miles is being kept grounded. So already nearly 15 minutes in. They can't have Miles lose the title already, said Suzanne. If we're going to get men wrestling in suits, then we're surely entitled to women in dresses. That's true. If they don't do it, then it's sexism. Forearm shot coming in. Looking for a suplex. It's got, I think it's mini skirts. Shouldn't it be mini skirts? I think it should be mini skirts. Oh, lovely work there by Ethan. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Miles. So Ethan in control at the moment. We are now back from commercial break. Look at that. Dude in the front row dressed as Joe Hendry is pretty fun. Okay, right now we got Miles down. Ethan getting him up. Love that. Managed to get him right onto the shoulder, but Miles reverses. Ethan is over the one side, Miles over the other. We didn't know we were getting this match. Looks like the wrestlers didn't know we were getting this match. They did. But they're doing it in suits. He's trying to rip that shirt off Ethan right now. Drop kick. Connects. Ethan's down. Ethan trying to get over to the outside. He's grabbing a hold of that apron. Looks like the trousers are being... He's pulling at the trousers. The trouser leg has been ripped. Guys, this is turning into something a little bit kinky. Like, clothes are literally being ripped off each other right now. I don't know what I'm watching anymore. I don't know what this has become. Look at the pace. He might have to say, oh my God, his trousers have literally fallen off. 1, 2, kick out by Miles. Okay, Ethan Page is like not wearing any pants right now. Yeah, they've literally been ripped off. He's literally in his underwear and his socks. He's got a shirt that's ripped open. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is even PG anymore, right? Is he going to now try and take his shoes off or something? Is this OnlyFans? Have we strayed into OnlyFans? Oh, I don't think that's OnlyFans. Ankle lock is in. Ethan trying to get to the ropes. Look, we've got trousers. He's grabbed a hold of the trousers. Yeah, get rid of them. Boom! Oh, he used the shoe. He used the shoe. 1, 2, 3. Miles retains. Thank God that didn't go on any longer. I didn't need to see any more of Ethan Page. I've seen enough of Ethan Page. But there we go. The champ retains. The champ retains. He literally stripped the man. He stripped the man of his title last week. He stripped the man for real this week. Ba-da-da, Ba ba da da bum ba da bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. There he is. Miles Bourne. Can you use a shoe? Can you use a shoe? He walloped him with a shoe. Here's Zaria. I don't want to know why she attacked her last week. I want to know why she didn't do it sooner. That's my question. Here's Dark State. Okay, we got security. Tony's coming to the building, but we can't do it in the parking lot. Okay, a vehicle has arrived. Huh. Just by chance, it's literally Tony, just as we got rid of Dark State. Tony with a crowbar. Okay, we could be in for a fun segment there. Tony with a crowbar. There is the glamour. What the hell's this music? What the hell's that music? I'm a kamikaze. There ain't no one like me. Okay. That's an old 442. Nice, said Spawny Boy. What, the crowbar? Wow, Spawny Boy. That is a skill. Oh, he's got himself a old 442 crowbar. That's a classic. Daze, is it me or are they showing the same Hobbs Stephanie interview? Yes, they are. We've still not seen him debut. Yes, this is NXT OnlyFans edition. Yes, I'm not worried about Powerhouse Hobbs, to be honest, because I don't think we had any plans for him for Elimination Chamber. So, not worried about the fact that we haven't seen him before Chamber. So we've had one show since Chamber, right? Should he have featured on that show yesterday? Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, the longer it goes on, the more that we can start to say, why did you even bother having him appear at the Rumble, right? I think, though, I'm okay with it because I just don't think they had any plans for him for Chamber. They brought him in at the Rumble. He did the sit-down interview with Stephanie. Now let's see what they've got planned. So, yeah, but you know, if a few weeks go by and we still haven't done anything with him, then yes, I will be in that same boat where I'm like, what are we doing? So, yeah, apparently they've asked, WrestleVotes asked, and they couldn't find out what the plans for him are. Days, I wanted to see more skin, said Suzanne. Well, you would, Suzanne, because you're in the right place. This is a safe haven for perverts. It's just I thought most of us were male perverts, but it's great to see that we have attracted perverts from both genders. So, yeah, brilliant. Suzanne, you're in the right place, my friend. Radiated Zombie said, I think that Royce has been wrestling on the main event. Yes, he has. That we've been kind of getting in matches that way, but I think people are waiting for that storyline, aren't they? They're waiting for him to really get going with like a feud or something. I think Royce is getting custom to WWE matches. He's worked dark matches. Akeem said Dark States are like the noise college kids from the big city in the upstate college town. R-Truth is bald, said Shaquem. Yeah, there is a picture of him having shaved his hair. I think Royce read that. Danhausen should do a couple of appearances on NXT, maybe with Thea Hale or Tatum. Match rating said V85, yes. Good point. We do need the match rating. Right, we are at commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting the glamour. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Not our main event, like dark matches. They are training him in a WWE way, said Tribal List. Jared said, I think Hobbs and NXT stars will start making storylines on the main roster once WrestleMania is out the way. Rob said, Danhausen with Tatum could be funny. I think Danhausen's just going to be funny full stop. I'm looking forward to seeing how they use him. I don't expect him to have many matches, of course. But yeah, it was good that people enjoyed that segment yesterday. Got something from it. Okay, get your scores in then for that first match. I need to find a blank piece of paper to get the scores. Okay, they're just talking about stand and deliver. What time are we looking at? 20 odd minutes have gone. Okay. Here she is. Okay, so this is a segment to build up for this weekend, so... There's a lot on this woman's mind, says Vic Joseph. Okay. Let's see what she's got to say. She's going to get interrupted, of course. Okay, so she says that she felt like she felt something revealing. Jaida Parker needs me. That was quite good, actually. I was really interested where that was going. The biggest thing a woman can do in NXT is interrupt Blake Monroe. Okay. She's saying people obsess over her. Jaida can't step up, so she steps to me instead. This feud has been pretty good so far, said Dr. Luchalala. I'm going to do a bit of charity. And I'm going to share my spotlight with her at Vengeance Day. Okay, here's Miss Parker. You hear that? She's a really confident promo, Jaida. You got jokes tonight, baby. What I need to do is slap the taste out of your mouth. Glamour only exists because insecurity does. Your whole life you've been a supporting character. Shut your soft ass up. She's an excellent promo, Jaida, isn't she? She's an excellent promo. She is so comfortable with the microphone in her hands. It's not... She just loves talking into it. Slap there, and it breaks down into a lovely back elbow. Charging out, I thought it was really good work by Jaida. I thought Blake did okay. She was fine. It's going to be very hard for any woman to win a promo exchange with Jaida Parker, though. Jaida also manages to knock Blake out the ring. Okay. That match goes down this Saturday. Yeah, we got Vanity Project. We've got Ricky. Cappuccino gets his opportunity tomorrow against Jackson Drake. We'll be doing that as well. Is he going to mention the turnbuckle thing? He looked down until NXT champ got mentioned. There's a smile starting to show on Ethan's face now. I need to go prep and drink my lemon tea. Okay, well, I think he's just giving him an idea there. He didn't seem interested when he was talking about that North American Championship, but he was sure interested when he was talking about the NXT Championship. Okay, Ethan against Joe. It could be Ethan, Joe, and Ricky, couldn't it? I mean, we could build up heat between all three of them, do triple threat, but interesting. Good God, Nikkita, right after Miss Parker. My blood pressure, said Big Migs. Jaida's only problem is injuries and in-ring sometimes, said Radiated Zombie. Yes, I would agree with that. Injuries have definitely derailed her momentum. In-ring, she's a brawler, isn't she, really? She's got things like the high step that's going to get over with the crowd on the main roster. That's something that people will love to kind of, have fun with. She's got a great reaction from the fans, though. I mean, she's really got over with the fans. The only question mark is, though, has she got over with these fans and these fans only? Because we know this is the Performance Center. She performs there every week. We know that a lot of the same faces you see in the crowds. It's one thing to get over with that fan base, but can you get over with the wider WWE audience when you get called up, you know? I think she can, because I think her promo game is excellent. She's just so natural with it. There was one moment in particular in that promo that I really enjoyed, and it's where she kind of gave Blake Monroe a little bit of a truth, and she was like, the truth is you're soft, right? And she kind of delivered it in a way that was like, I'm going to tell you this because someone needs to tell you this. You're soft. And then Blake interrupted, and immediately she changed and went, shut your soft ass up, right? She went from using the word soft as being a way of, listen, I'm going to give you some truth here, yeah? I'm telling you this, not as a friend, but I'm going to tell it you anyway. And then immediately switched and turned it into an insult and used it to throw it. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was excellent. I was like, damn, that's so clever. Like, I'm going to tell you this, you're soft. Shut your soft ass up, right? Don't interrupt me. And I was like, oh, God, that's so good. That is so flipping good. So not only is her delivery very good, but I actually really enjoyed that moment. And there was a few other bits in there as well that I thought was quite good. Now, I'll tell you the one thing, though, that I was thinking whilst I was watching it as well. And I was like, is this getting me to watch this weekend more? And I think it did. But I think they're maybe focusing on something, not that's wrong, but they're focusing on, like, you need me. You need my spotlight, and I'm struggling to connect with that. I don't really believe that. This whole, you're trying to take my spotlight, you're trying to invade, like, I don't know. I think I would have liked it if it was a little bit more like there's a vacancy, if you will. We've lost a lot of people. A lot of people have been called up. There's a lot of people trying to be next in line. Like, I suppose in a way, make out that this is a match that could really get the winner a title shot. Obviously, that's not the stipulation, but I think rather than just you're trying to take my spotlight or this kind of stuff, just go that next step further and just go, listen, the winner here is going to be in a great position. As much as I don't like you, and I want to make you suffer, I want to get myself in the right position as well. So I think there might have been something in that as well. We didn't really touch on that. And I was like, the question I was left with is, has this made me more excited for the weekend? I think it did. But I don't think it did anything like massive. It's not like, oh my God, I can't wait for this now. But it did definitely get me more excited for the match. So you do have to say job done. But yeah, if it had been like made clear that the winner would take a big step forward and could be in the conversation for a title shot, that would just add extra weight to the match as well, wouldn't it? All of a sudden then the winner, really matters because they're going to be in the title picture. We've got Elio, Eli, Jasper, Sean Legacy. We're backstage right now. Oh, do you know, I was just thinking, where's Josh Briggs? Suzanne said Josh, yeah, he just popped up in the background, didn't he? Okay, Jasper Troy said, how about I crush you guys in a triple threat? So it looks like we're going to do Jasper Troy against Sean Legacy against Eli Knight I'm guessing the winner of that maybe goes on to get a speed opportunity. Well, anyway, here is Wren. This is a speed match. Wren coming out with Kendall. It's going to be match number 2. And we're nearly 40 minutes into this. Yeah, Kendall Gray against PJ Vassar. That's coming up. Okay, Wren against Nikkita. I'm not a fan of angry chains, says Rob. Humpty said, what the hell is QCC? Are we supposed to know what that means? Well, no, I mean, the group used to be called No Quarter Catch Crew. So they were NQCC. But they changed it to Wren QCC. So it's the Wren Quarter Catch Club now. Okay, here's Nikkita. I think she's got a bit better in ring, Nikkita. I think there is some improvement there. I still find her incredibly annoying, but I think you're meant to because she is a heel. It's only going to be a speed off for him. So it ain't going to outstay its welcome. 3 minutes on the clock. Here we go. Bell has sounded and we are underway. Wren against Nikkita. Crowd are very much with Wren right now. Wren gets back up to her feet. Gets round the back. Nikkita with a kick coming in. Another kick on the other side as well. Wren going over against the ropes. Kick to the midsection. Drop kick there by Wren. Leg drop there by Nikkita. Kick out by Wren. Shots coming in there by Nikkita. She's throwing down some blows. Charging over. Chop coming in there by Nikkita. Wren definitely feeling that. Nikkita, another shot, but it's blocked there by Wren. Chop coming in. Bang. Nikkita goes down. Wren goes through. Shots coming down there by Wren. She's on top of Nikkita right now. Wren in the corner. 1 minute gone so far. One count. Roll up. Crucifix. 1 count. Wren in control. Looking up at the clock momentarily. Good pace. Wren. I love that. That was good. Big shot to the midsection. And nice suplex by Nikkita going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Wren. Nikkita grabbing Wren. Halfway in this match so far. Shot to the midsection there by Wren. Shot coming back by Nikkita. Another shot coming back, digging these blows in. Shot block. Big right hand. Kick. Misses. Big shot again there by Wren. Chop coming in by Wren. Nikkita. Oof. Wren. Clothesline. Down goes Nikkita. Duck underneath against the ropes. We'll get into the final minute. Nikkita on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Nikkita. Crowder chanting away. Oh! Drop kick there by Wren. Nikkita tried to do come crashing down with like a leg drop splits and missed. Oh, what a kick. What a great kick. That kick was like bang on the money. She's dragging Wren into the middle. 1. Oh, Wren did such a good job of reversing that. Like, mate, that kick should have knocked Wren out. That kick was mint. That kick by Nikkita was absolutely on the button. Belly to back. Cattle Mutinator. It's in. Nikkita. Oh, she submits. Wren submits. Nikkita with 4 seconds to go. I kind of enjoyed that. Fast-paced. Felt like a real battle. I wish Wren was selling that kick, though, because that kick was absolutely absolutely beautiful, and she's just no selling it whatsoever. Wren gets the win. Are they going to show us the replay of that kick? That kick was flipping beautiful. Must have been a verbal submission. Well, there we go. Thea Hale won last week against Blake Monroe. Wren Sinclair won against Nikkita Lyons. Thea Wren. I'm guessing that goes down next week. Winner will take on Fallon Henley. Wren Sinclair signed. Nikkita was saying something in the entranceway, but couldn't catch what she was saying. Okay, here's Miles, here's Joe. We're not going to bother scoring that. We don't score speed matches. They're too short, really. But I thought the pace of that was good. All action. Maybe just a couple of little things in there that's like... I feel like that kick was so good. It probably should have won it for Nikkita, but... That's good. Joe Hendry said, I wish I was deaf as well, because I don't want to hear what Ethan's got to say. Miles acted all offended and then turned around and went, I'm only messing. Okay, we've got Izzi and Tatum face to face. This could be interesting. I think a lot of you will be into this. A lot of Tatum fans in our community. Is this 2K? What's this? Attitude Era. It's 2K. Austin 316. The show never stops. Pre-order your copy now. 2K26. That segment was stupid, said King Yeti. That was low, said Humpty Vision. The kick was impressive, says Dean. Joe come in out of a fridge was funny, but it was one time too many. I think I should go away. I might have brought some bad stuff, says Metal Mama. Well, I think the opening match was pretty crazy, to be honest, seeing two people battling in suits. I thought the Blake Jaida thing was okay. I'm actually not even down on the speed match. Speed match is an acquired taste. But, yeah, it's pretty fast-paced. It's 3 minutes. I find it hard to get offended by something that's 3 minutes long, you know. And that's what I've said to a lot of my partners as well. It's hard. Stop crying. It's hard to get upset by something that was only 3 minutes long. Do you know what I mean? Metal Mama said, I'm just joking. I'm having fun. Right. It's irritating to have Joe pop out of different things each week, says Wrestle Rants. Ram Deep said, speed matches leave a bad taste. You can feel it was happening. It was a bit said Dr. Nuchalala. I really like what they've done with Joe, actually, and you know, they've kind of, that video package the other week where they showed us the history of him, I thought that was excellent. And he did a promo where he was really fired up and quite angry, and, you know, the comedy shtick. I think Joe Hendry, his gimmick is a bit cheesy, and I don't think that's offensive to say, because I think it's meant to be. You know, I think it's meant to be cheesy. You know, he's got a big cheesy smile on his face. He's got a big colourful shirt on. He's got hair like flipping late 90s Eminem. I think it's meant to be cheesy. I think that's the, you know, part of it, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, I've enjoyed more when we've moved away from that. So it's a real challenge. It's a real balance because he's popular because of that. People find the humor in that. They enjoy that. So you can't lose that. But I think it's right that we explore a bit of depth. I think it's right that we have a look at a different side of him. And I feel like we've been doing that the past few weeks. So I'm interested to see kind of what they do this week. We've only just had a little brief backstage moment then. But I'm sure he'll be out there in front of the crowds. And we'll see what we get. So, yeah, I've been quite encouraged by what we've had out of him past few weeks. It is cheesy, said Smoke. But how can you be WWE champion and be cheesy? I hope we don't get that. It wasn't for me. I'm not a Joe guy, but he is decent in ring. Joe's magic powers is where I was getting lost, said Akeem. We've already got Cheesy J, said Z Smoke. That's true. And that didn't work out very well, did it? So, again, I don't want to be seen as being disrespectful because I know there's many of you that enjoy Joe's work and character, and that is absolutely fine. But I don't think it's disrespectful to say that it's cheesy. I think it was always meant to be. I think that's part of the appeal. But just been enjoying a different look at him, that's all. Okay, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. And then we'll be getting into the second hour. So we're almost done with hour one. Little advert now for WWE Worlds. Daze, I can feel something huge coming. It feels like NXT is going to be coming big this weekend. Could we get a big reveal? I feel like NXT has got blue balls tonight, if you get my drifts. Well, I think the show would really benefit by having like Evil or someone new arrive. I can't say that I'm anticipating that just because I haven't heard anything, right? But there is potential. There is definitely a chance. What's this? Okay, Kalani is going to a dojo, maybe? Shayna? Shayna. Get jumping. Okay, well, this is interesting, isn't it? We're seeing Shayna train with Kalani. I've tried it your way, but let's try things from a gymnastics perspective. Shayna says to Kalani, your gymnastics ain't gonna work. I didn't love that. I should have loved it. I didn't love it. That's, you know, go into a different location, bringing in someone like Shayna who, I don't know. I don't know what it was about it. It just didn't. It's fine. Oh, Metal Mama, I'm blaming you for that. I'm blaming. I didn't love that segment. It was fine. It was nice to see Shayna. Did that get me more excited for Kalani Lola? No. No, I don't think it did. I don't feel more excited. Maybe if they said Shayna was going to be guest referee. Oh, okay. This could be good. Here we go. Tatum and Izzi. No. Spears. No Nico. I mean, she doesn't really look after her dollhouse very well, does she? The one room's really dirty. The roof looks like it's broken. To be honest, there's probably been a few people that have been chucked into it. You say you've changed. Oof. There's some final version of you that we've not seen yet. Bring her out. Dude, do they tease in some final version? Where's this going? Where's this going? You are unlovable. This is built into something. What is this new version? Oh, that's a good line. Tatum walks away. Izzi trashes the dollhouse. Okay, Tatum's managed to get into Izzy's head a little bit. What was really interesting there was they kept referencing a new version. Yeah. And Izzi was like, there is no new version, which of course means there is a new version. But what is this new version? What is this final form? What is the presentation of Tatum going to look like at the weekends? I did wonder if there'd just be a little something teased there, but I don't know, man. That got me more excited for Saturday, I can tell you that. That got me more excited. Hank and Tank have come down. We got a big brawl. I think we're going to commercial breaks. The sound has just dipped out. I think it's going to be Vanity Projects, Hank and Tank. It's a big six-person tag match with Shiloh. So, six-man tag. We're at picture-in-picture. Johnny said it was good acting, but it was way long. You know that I like that from Izzy said Wrestle Rants. I didn't really get Tatum, but I like what Izzy was saying, says Wrestle Rants. Picture in picture is where we are right now. Okay. These teams are brawling away right now. Vanity Projects. I like Swipe Right. I quite like Vanity Project, actually. Shiloh's got a good following. Hank and Tank can be pretty fun. Watch this. You're going to love this. We got the ring steps. Ring steps going to be driven. Oh! Ring steps driven into Hank and Tank, but they moved out the way. In the ring goes the Vanity Projects. Brawling away. Hank and Tank in there. We're bringing security down, so Okay, so I don't know what we're doing here. Is this going to be a proper match or are we ending it? Robert Stone has brought referees down, security down. We're trying to separate everyone. Are we just trying to separate them so that they can start the match properly, or? Robert Stone's in there. I don't even know what's happening. I think we're just trying to get them into different corners. I think we're just trying to start the match proper. Right. Okay. Hank is in one corner. Vanity Project's in the other. Bella sounded, and we are now underway. Poppy Croc said Danhausen is going to get added to Punk versus Roman. Ever since Stone has been in charge, it's just been chaos, said Dr. Luchalala. I don't mind it, though. Z-Smoke said Hendryhausen would be a lot... Hendryhausen. Over in the corner, so we are underway with Hank. He is in there with, I think, Ricky Smokes by the looks of it. I thought Izzi Tatum was a good segment, said Allison. Yeah, I enjoy it. The big thing for me was this final form. I mean, the idea that Tatum has got some new presentation that could arrive this weekend, that's very exciting. Maybe I'm setting myself up for disappointment with that. Perhaps nothing comes of it, but they've got me. I'm interested. I think it'd be a great idea, actually. Charging in, Tank collides into Ricky Smokes, and we're almost done with hour one. Z-Soak said, so what's Dragon Lee going to do with the mask situation? I don't think there's much to do, is there, really? I mean, you got to look at his face, but there was a lot of face paint, makeup that was kind of covering it. So I don't think there is much to do. He'll put the mask back on, and on we go. Abdullah said, why do we think they are doing Cody Drew for the 1,000th time? It's crazy how they repeat matches, like Dom and Penta. Do we think Cody beats Drew this Friday? Well, I mean, I think the plan originally was meant to be Cody Roman. And I think the appetite was, let's not do that again, because we've done that for the past few years, right? So we did it at 38. We did it at 39. We did it at 40. Last year, we had a break from it. But to go back to it again now, I don't know. I just don't think people were really looking for it. I wasn't looking for it. I doubt you lot were looking for it, right? So then we weren't quite sure as to where we were going. But word on the street was it was going to be Cody Drew. But, you know, obviously we've been doing that kind of at the end of 2025, early 2026. So then word on the street was it was Cody, Drew, and Jacob. And maybe that would just make it feel a little bit fresher. And we'll just do it as the triple threat. And we could still end up with that. But the only thing is, it's going to have to include Randy now that we've done what we've done at Elimination Chamber. So now people are looking at it going, is it Drew Randy? Is it Cody Randy? Is it Drew Cody Randy? Is it Drew Cody Randy Jacob? Like, people can't quite figure out what it's going to be. Tell who? Keanu Carver just came out to have a word with Booker. Okay, they're trying to get his tooth. Okay, Keanu Carver's coming out a word with Booker, but I couldn't quite make out what he was saying. Must have been something to do with LFG. Booker's a little bit shaken by that confrontation. So yeah, to answer your question, we don't quite know where it's going. There's rumours doing the rounds that it might even be Cody Randy, and that might be where we're ending up. So it's all about getting us to where they want to get to for WrestleMania, isn't it? Big clothesline by Shiloh. Daze, how about a 6-woman ladder match for the IC belt at Mania? I'd rather do it for the tag belts. I feel like there was no reason to do it for the women's IC belt. But now we've got this gauntlet match. So, I mean, you could do it. But, yeah, I mean, we've been talking about ladder matches. And for me, we've spent so long on the women's tag division that I'd like a big blow-off match for that. I don't really need a big blow-off match for the IC title because we ain't had loads of people involved in it. So, if I can have a ladder match, I'd take it for the women's tag. Yeah, I mean, if we get it for the women's IC, I ain't going to be down on it. But I wouldn't do the tag and the women's IC ladder matches. Right now, we've got Vanity Project in control. Hank and Tank are slowly turning into the Nasty Boys, said V8. I could see that comparison, yeah. I could see that. Tribal List said, how's it fair that Cody gets another match, but Jacob doesn't, when he's been screwed over time and time again? Well, I think they both got screwed, but I think what went down at Elimination Chamber, with that being such a high-profile PLE match, and Drew once again inserting himself, I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Nick Aldis. So, you know, if Jacob had been screwed at Elimination Chamber, then I'd like to think that Nick Aldis would have responded the same way. But at Elimination Chamber, it was Cody that was the one that was getting screwed. Oh, I don't think Drew had set his sights on Randy. I think he'd set his sights on Cody. Back elbow there by Tank. So, yeah, I think Elimination Chamber was the straw that broke the camel's back. Cartwheel by Tank, clothesline. We're going to get Fatal Influence entrance tonight, which is great, said Radiated Zombie, because I love those. Bang him. Did that guy have a problem with Booker? He didn't have a problem with Booker. He had a problem with, I think, one of Booker's students from LFG. And I think he was telling him, you know, tell your guy to get my name out of his mouth, you know. But I don't know who his student was. Okay, to the outside go Vanity Projects. Keanu Carver randomly appeared to press Booker, but then left straight after. While the match was going on, Keanu confronts Booker. Tell your boy to keep his name out of my mouth. So SlamX is saying it's Jasper Troy. So Jasper, I mean, I didn't see LFG, so I don't know who Booker's boy is. Okay. I think he was referring to Angry Chains. Yeah, he was, yeah. Angry Chains. Angry Chains. Da, 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 da. Angry Chains. Da, 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 da. Okay. Rest spot for a while. Yeah, I think we've just gone to commercial break momentarily. I gotta admit, this match has not really been grabbing me so far. Okay, right now, going over Brad Baylor, boom. Drop kick, looking for a cover. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out by Tank. Is that the direction we're going then? Jasper and Keanu? Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. I'm not a fan of Vanity Project. Some are off. I just get zero excitement from them, said WrestleRants. Lisa, hello. Shout out to you. Big Mig said it's about LFG Season 2. Harlem Lewis, who was with Booker T, Shiloh beat him in the finals. Well, I like Keanu Carver. I think he's a good talent. I think that his presentation in that ladder match, as we crowned a new NXT champ a few weeks ago, was very, very good. Shot coming in there by Brad Baylor. Uppercut coming in. Kick coming in there by Brad Baylor. Tank is a bit isolated at the moment. Against the ropes. WWE listening to fans. Glockness said, I tried looking up lighters on Amazon. All they had was 15,000 matches, said Glockness. Oh, shoulder up. It's about what Jasper Choi just said in the locker room, said Tribal List. Headlock being applied by Ricky Smokes right now. Fans are with the belly boys, you know. Fans are honking away. Bang, down goes Tank, Ricky, keeping this headlock applied. Vanity Project signed to NXT now, said Sean. I really like Swipe Right. I think they're a really good tag team. I've seen a couple of matches from them that were really impressive. They're a very good team. They work really well together. They're very young, but they've got good chemistry. And Jackson Drake, he didn't really grab my attention when I first started watching Evolve, but he's a good-looking guy. He's very young. And his matches are fine. Yeah. You can sort of see that they like him. They like the look of him. They like the potential. So collectively, as the Vanity Project, I agree. I don't think they've made like a big impression so far on NXT, but individually, tag-wise and Jackson Drake-wise, I think there is some real potential there. Shiloh's in. Big cheer for Shiloh. They're bumping like Super Troopers, the Vanity Project. Shiloh takes the tooth out, chucks the tooth down. Oh, look, there's the tooth in the middle of the ring. Brad Baylor. Jackson Drake makes the save. Shiloh bringing that toothless aggression. The referee has to pick the tooth up there. Oh, Shiloh gets planted. Nice distraction there by Jackson as Brad goes for the pin, but kick out there by Shiloh. Brad Baylor down, Shiloh down. They're giving this match a lot of blooming time, aren't they? Blooming hell. Here's Hank, big boot coming in there by Jackson, blocked. Enziguri kick. Getting him up on the shoulders. Spinning him around. Planting them down. Restaurant said, Swipe Right, different to Vanity Project. Yeah, well, Swipe Right is just the tag team, isn't it? That's just Brad Baylor and Ricky Smokes. Vanity Project is all three of them. They may have changed the name now, though. I'm not sure. But when they were in Evolve, Swipe Right was the tag team. That was just Ricky Smokes and Brad Baylor. Vanity Project was all of them as a collective. Used to have Zaida Steel in it as well. Bang! Look at that. That's lovely work by Hank. Lovely. Bossman slam. Tank in one corner. Hank in the other. Charging in. Boom. Colliding. The Belly Boys. Woof. That was a fun spot. Belly Boys went to the outsides, took out Swipe Right. Shiloh went in the ring, took out Jackson Drake. It's a win. Crowd were really into it, you know. Crowd were really into that. I don't know. I was really struggling to get into it. It was fine. But There's some nice moment. That boss man slam is good. Some nice selling. Some good stuff from Shiloh. Some toothless aggression. Oh, here's Blake. I guess you got what you wanted. Is this going to be that darker, Blake? You brought the hell out of me? Okay, Blake Monroe said it's going to be a street fight. Jaida Parker straight out, skipping away down. Blake gets in the ring. Jaida gets in the ring. They go at each other. Okay, Shiloh, Hank, Tank, they're all having to hold them back at the moment. Okay, we're going backstage. Okay, we've got a bit of, like, energy going on here. Dark State have been attacked. Surely it's Tony. I think it was Osiris, was it? Chaos. Chaos. I like the ending to that. Match was fine. I'm not down on the match. It's not a bad match. I wasn't as crazy about it as the live crowds. They really seem to be enjoying it. And then I like the Blake Monroe bit, street fight. Then we go backstage. Osiris has been attacked. Dion said he's going to go to the ring. Shiloh was loving that moment with Jaida, said Big Migs. I bet he was. I bet he was. Sean said, Daze, I want to see Jackson Drake wrestle Javon Evans, since they used to be a tag team before they were in WWE. Okay. Metal Mama said, I love stuff like this. Steve said, Sean heard Raw was good, so he's trying to make things a little crazy tonight. Well, I applaud it. You know? I mean, the Open was really good. Fighting in suits is crazy to me. I mean, it's been a decent show, to be honest with you. I mean, considering it's a go-home, it's been a decent show. I wasn't down on the speed match. I know a few of you were. Tag match was fine that we just got. Opening match was crazy, you know. I just love the craziness of them just wrestling in suits. We see it all the time, don't we, where people come down and they're not in wrestling gear. And they're like, we'll do a match tonight. And, of course, it's always later in the show when they've got changed. But on this one, it was like now. And, you know, they're wrestling in shoes and socks and just fun, different, you know. As you said, turning that craziness up a little bit. Shayna popped up. And the Tatum segment was interesting because, as you said, she might have teased a final form, which you can't help but think about the Fiend, you know. I'm not saying she's going to have a Fiend, but I don't know. My brain does go to those sorts of places. I do think Demon with Finn Balor. You know, I mean, what is your final form? You've been building towards that. Got mentioned a few times. It does make me wonder what's she going to look like when she comes walking down to the ring on Saturday. What does that look like? It might be normal. Don't know. I certainly don't think there's not really, you know, Triple H and Sean as well. There's not like a supernatural appetite, but it doesn't mean that she can't get funky with her presentation. Bit of face paint or something, you know. So it does make me wonder what we're going to see from her on Saturday. Good. Anything, you know, I mean, Jaida and Blake has just been made a street fight. That makes me a bit more excited for their match. The Tatum comments make me a bit more excited for her and Izzi, but I was pretty excited for that anyway. We've still got Ricky coming up, which is going to hopefully build excitement for him and Joe, so that's good. And the other match, I can't remember the other match. The other match is... We had 3 women's matches. Is that it? We had 3 women's matches and we had 1 men's match, didn't we? Because we looked earlier. Vengeance Day. Probably, I feel like we need to add another match. I feel like there's another match that needs to get added to it. Lola Kalani. I don't think I mentioned that. Yeah, I don't think that Kalani segment got me more excited for that one, but it's NXT Underground, so that's pretty interesting anyway. It's where it's kind of like an MMA sort of fight. It's in a ring, but the ring doesn't have ropes. So we don't see NXT Underground matches all that often. So that'll be okay. Days are about 15 minutes away from the biggest draw of the community. Carmen, says Benny. That's true. He'll be swinging by soon. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We got about 40 minutes to go left of this week's show. And okay, we're going back earlier in the day. There's an X-ray. And it is Lola. Oh, we might need to take you out of action. Lola's like, nope. They're saying it could be, like, you could lose the function of your hand. I need to be on stand and deliver. I really thought there was a chance we were going to scrap the match, but no, we're going to still do it. Kalani's going to mess that hand up, isn't she? I mean, it feels like that's what we're doing. It feels like Kalani's going to mess that hand up. Okay, we've got Dion in the ring. There's Tony. Tony's in the stands. You might have killed that man last year, but I've come back a more dangerous man. All right. This is going to be our next match that gets added then. So he's going to destroy Dark State by taking out Dion. But if you take out Dion, you've still got the other members. I mean, good luck shutting Saquon up. I'm fighting for 4 on Saturday. I'm not sure about this edition. I just don't buy that if he beats Dion, that's the end for Dark State. NXT. He said NXT TakeOver, but it's not. It's Vengeance Day. It's not a takeover, is it? It's not classed as a takeover. I'll be ready, says Tony. One of the two reasons why I came back on Saturday will be complete on Saturday. So he came back to destroy Dark State. I'm guessing the other one is to be NXT champion. I just don't believe you destroy Dark State by winning. Yeah, they killed TakeOver in 2021, said Kader. I think it was a little bit of a slip there from Dion. Here's Fatal Influence. All right. Title match. It's a bit early. We've still got the Ricky segment, haven't we? So this will probably be our last match, but we end with the Ricky segment. Okay, here's Fatal Influence. My weakness. It's so pitiful that she admits that if anything happens that Laney, Wilson, Henley will get involved. That's one of the reasons she doesn't need the title, says Eric. Main event match, says Kader. Jacy Jayne against Zaria. It's a good match, isn't it? It's a damn good match. So, yeah, she's saying, like, I'm not worried. Sol Ruka's surely going to get involved, which is clever because we're all thinking that. So you might as well say it. So she's like, yeah, she's going to get involved. And even if she doesn't, I've got these two, so I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I'm sure it's not going to be that straightforward, but I do expect her to remain champion after this. But, well, there is a world in which Fallon could turn or, you know, something could go wrong. And then Zaria becomes champion and, you know, goes on to defend against Sol. So that begs the question, who leaves as NXT Women's Champion? Laney doesn't fit this group, says Wrestle Rants. I know that the girls like to wear fishnets, but do they have to be ones for catching tuna, said Shining Wizards. There's always a chance that Sol helps Zaria and they reunite. Dr. Lynch, shut up. Don't give them ideas. Someone from NXT might be watching and they might flip and do it. Oh, I couldn't cope with that. That would be the end. That would be it. That would be me done with WWE, I think, if we went back to them being flipping friends again at this stage. Oh. I read that. Laney fits in my opinion, says Dom. Daze, is it true that Sol is getting a new look and music? Well, that's the report that she's getting new presentation. Don't know when that presentation's going to hit, though. Some people think it might be when she goes to the main roster. So it might not be new presentation for like this weekend or anything. But yeah, there are reports that they are looking at that presentation, which I don't have a problem with, to be honest, because, I mean, she's a great talent. And if they aren't quite sold on it and they don't think it's quite right for the main roster, and there's something else they want to look at. Fine. I'm not in love with her music. I'm not necessarily in love with her look. I'm in love with her in-ring skills, and I'm in love with her ability to kind of come up with new moves and try different things. There is a word for that, and I can't think what it is. Ingenuity. So I love those things, but it's not like I'm particularly fond of her music. If anything, I find it annoying when it hits when Zaria was coming out. When Zaria was coming out, I really liked Zaria's music, kind of had a bit of aura to it. And then we would cut into Soul's music, and it was like, oh. So, yeah, apparently they are having a little look at it. Might be able to come up with something better. Although, knowing WWE and Def Rebel, probably not. It's probably going to be a crushing disappointment. But, yeah, we'll see. Seeing Soul on a Monday feels better than a Tuesday, said Z-Smoke. Funny thing is, she's not even a surfer, said Big Minx. Hello, who's this that's walking? Miles. It's Miles. Oh, it's an advert for Vengeance. Vengeance Day. Guys, it's an advert for NXT TakeOver. Orlando, Saturday. We are 46 days away. Yeah. Def Rebel's two biggest hits are Roman and Ober's theme, said Big Migs. Mr. Assist said, is Zaria and Soul splits Soul's trigger to go to the main roster? Surely they can't keep her in NXT much longer. I think Soul will go up after Mania. I could see her being someone that gets called up after, like the Raw after Mania. Here's Miles. He's thanking Charlie and Tavian. Congrats. You deserve it. Charlie, you haven't got to kill the vibe. Here's Lexis King. Here's Ariana Grace. Stacks. Uriah Connors. All of your friends have moved on, Charlie. You should do the same. I like that from Tavian. Taking advice from Lexis King. Come on. Come on. You're better than that. You're better than that, Charlie. You're better than taking advice from Lexis King. Come on. Okay, here we go. Here's a proper Zaria entrance that we've been robbed of. Didn't need the 2K26 advert. Didn't need the stupid 2K26 graphic cutting into... Oh, God. Boo! I wanted to just enjoy a Zaria entrance without flipping Surfing USA kicking in. And instead, we've got flipping 2K26 adverts. Booker said, this is the Zaria I've been waiting for. I think was there a Zaria chant that was just kind of coming through there? Yeah, I like Fallon. Fallon looking a little bit concerned there as Zaria was coming over. She was like, back up, back up. I think that's really important, actually. I think you do need all the women to be showing concern to get over. Look at the size difference as well. Oh, this feels big, actually. I like this. I don't want Soul to get involved. Jacy. It's been a great champ. Oh, she's channeling her inner Oba. She's channeling her inner Oba Femi. I like Jacy. Jacy's like, can you hear what they're saying? Can you hear? I'm the NXT Women's Champion. Back away, would you? Bang. 2-time. Jacy seems to be looking for Sol. Where's Sol? Yeah, loud Zaria chants back. She murked Sol Ruka last week. But the fans right now are like, Zaria, Zaria, Zaria. I love serious Zaria. She's badass, said Big Minx. Do we think Zaria's main roster material? Well, she's been held back. I mean, let's be honest. She's been put with Sol Ruka and she's played second fiddle. So now that she's broken out, you know, we need to see her cut in promos in the ring. We need to see her having singles matches. She might even need a little run with that NXT Championship. She's been pushed to the shadows. Referee coming in. Trying to get Zaria to go back. Boot there by Jacy. Over against the ropes. Lovely. Zaria goes down over in the corner. Jacy looking to charge in. Collides. Gets caught there by Zaria. Jacy in a bit of trouble. She goes through the legs. 1, 2. No joy. Backs up. Zaria looking to come in. Clothesline. Jacy. Oh, Jacy. Jacy is up. Shots coming in there by Jacy. And, oh, no, lands on the feet. Big boot. Jacy goes down. Jacy getting smashed. Bang. She is, man. I like that by Zaria. She's just grabbed. Oh, my God. Slamming Jade. That was a lovely bump. She took that so well. Zaria coming over. Zaria should be heavily pushed into a new monster role, said Steve. I do think Sol's going to interfere, so we get Sol Zaria at Stand and Deliver. If Zaria cost her last week, it's a big chance that she costs Zaria tonight. Right now, Jacy upside down into a suplex. I think Zaria was in a holding pattern because they were fast-tracking Julia and Stephanie right around the time when she came in. But it's her time now, said Steve. Dean said, who's your favourite wrestler's song? Oh, Fatal Influence. I do love Fatal Influence. It's one of my favourite entrances. It's one of my favourite songs. I think it sounds great. I just love it as a track. I know it's AI, but I don't give a flip. Zaria on the outside of the ring. I like Aleister Black's as well and Bianca's. They're themes that I kind of take for granted now because I've heard them so many times. But when I first heard both of those themes, I used to play them on YouTube and just listen to them and be like, oh, this is good. So I do that with Fatal Influence sometimes. Fallon trying to goad Zaria. Zaria, though, turns her attention back to Jacy. She ends up going into the ring steps, and it looks like we're going to commercial break with Fatal Influence on top. Okay. Becky's theme is my favourite. A new one, said Radiated Zombie. That's a good theme as well. I like it. I know there's some people were pushing back on it. It's, you know, like most things, subjective. I rate it as a theme. It's by a real band, isn't it? And I think it's like a real track, so I like it. The music is basically Damian Priest song with some slight changes, says Tribal List. Zaria trying to go over to the corner. Days when Jacy gets called up, which roster would suit her, Raw or SmackDown? Doesn't really matter. Depends who's on what roster at the time. I mean, there could be a draft or anything along those lines. I mean, you'd need to sit down, have a look, see who needs a heel. Because to me, when she comes up, she'll be a mid-card heel. So my gut feeling would be Raw probably needs a mid-card heel at the moment. Certainly feel like SmackDown's struggling with babyface women. Doesn't have enough baby faces. But what we do need is a draft. That's what we need. So it depends how things shake up when she comes up. Right now we got Zaria with a shot coming in. ZS said, JC reminds me of Chelsea. Am I wrong? I think you're wrong in the sense of Chelsea as a comedy character, whereas JC, she's got a bit of humour to her, but she's like, you know, the NXT Women's Champion. She's someone that they're trying to present as being credible in the ring. You know, she can go toe-to-toe with people. Normally, to get over the line, she might have a little bit of help outside, kind of distraction type stuff. But no, I mean, she's had a lot of success. Chelsea can find herself on the wrong end of results and is primarily a comedy character. I wouldn't say that of Jacy. Zaria going into the corner. But I can see some similarities. Right now, Jacy. Chinlock being applied here to Zaria. So Jacy very much in control right now. Zaria trying to get up to her feet. We've got 20 minutes left to go here. Okay, I think we're just coming back from commercial break. Jacy trying to get... she's getting driven back in the corner. Jacy is in control. Zaria driving back. Zaria breaks out. She's going to charge in. Kick coming in. We'll end the poll. Jacy going up. Okay, right now, 60% of you think that Jacy is going to retain, but you've got it 60-40. Love that. Look at that look by Jacy. She just got smashed by Zaria, and she was like... She's still selling. She's trying to throw in some shots. Zaria looking for a suplex. She's going to get it. She's going to get a superplex right off the top. Here we go. Superplex. Bang. Big move. Yeah. Jacy selling. Zaria down. Fatal Influence trying to give some encouragement to Jacy. Is it women's wrestling or this is wrestling? But there is a chant that just broke out. Oh my God, that looks so good. I love that big right hand by Zaria. That right hand by Zaria looks lovely. Bang! She throws that so well. Kick to the midsection there by Jacy. No, the right hands are bang on, mate. They look so good. Headbutt. Jacy goes back to the corner. Zaria's going to charge him. Back elbow there by Zaria. Over the other side goes Jacy. Zaria, back elbow. Jacy in a bit of trouble. Over the other side, still no sign of soul. I'll be shocked if we don't. Oh, my God. Blimey now, she seemed to deliver that in fast forward. Big clothesline. 1, 2, Jacy does well to kick out of that. She just got smashed, mate. She just got flipping smashed. Yeah, really fun match, this. Easily match of the night for me, this. Zaria bringing the power. Jacy bringing the selling, but right now, back elbow. Jacy going up. Okay, driving Zaria into the corner. Jacy goes into the middle of the ring. Here we go, looking to charge in. Big knee there by Zaria. Down she goes. Carmen, hello. Hope you're doing well. Suplex, bang. Jacy down. Zaria looking for another suplex. Gets it. Soul over the... Soul. Jacy with a big knee. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Wow. These two women battling away with each other. Yeah, it was a hell of a knee. Jacy getting over to the corner. Jacy. This is my division. This is my title. Oof. Rolling encore. Spear there by Zaria. Tell you what, there's some intensity. Up, reversed, over in the corner. Rolling encore connects. Zaria goes down. Jacy goes down. It's a really enjoyable match. Here's Soul. Here's Soul. Soul is taking out Fatal Influence. Soul is getting in the ring. Soul Snatcher to both women. She didn't get all of it. But Soul has just ruined that match. So Soul has got involved. She's taken out Jacy and she's taken out... Yeah, she didn't really get much of it on Zaria, but enough. She got enough. So it looks like Soul is setting her sights on the NXT Women's Championship. I'm coming for your title. Bang, shot coming in. Laney goes down. Well, she wants the belt. It's not the way I would have gone. You would imagine she'd want to get her hands on Zaria. Okay, there's Ricky. Big miss. It was a big miss. She's going to be peeved. There was a little bit of a botch on that. Restaurant said that match was low-key cooking. I got to tell you, man, I think Soul just ruined a great match. I think that flipping friendship should have ended ages ago, and I don't care that it ended. And I was just enjoying a match there that should have had a finish, and I think Soul has just ruined it. So I'm like, thanks. Thanks, mate. I don't know if I'm meant to be rooting for you, but I'm certainly not feeling it. Yeah, I was just enjoying that match. Right, let's get a poll up, shall we? Let's get a poll. Match score. Soul feels like the heel in this. Well, it's weird, isn't it? Because the fans were chanting for Zaria during the match. And I think the fans were enjoying the match. And then Soul's just come out and sort of disrupted the match. So there is a way you can look at it and go, she's acting like a bit heelish there. But I think they want Soul to be seen as the babyface. I think they genuinely want you to look at what went down and feel sorry for Soul. Me personally, I just don't feel that. I think that split just took so long to actually occur that I'm just pleased someone did it. I'm just pleased someone pulled the trigger and actually split them apart, you know. So if anything, for me, it's thank you, Zaria. Thank you. Just thank you. It's one of my favourite wrestling moments of all time. They should add that match to No Vengeance Day. Just make it PLE worthy. We've got 3 gimmick matches, 2 title matches. There is room for one more. WrestleRants, Soul should just go to the main roster. You had your time to shine, says WrestleRants. Dad Stuff said, Daze, the dark match last night was Royce Keys and Grayson Waller. Ivy Nile against Carmen Petrovich. Thank you, buds. Okay, get your thoughts here. I was enjoying it. Do you know what would be fun? Zaria, Jacy, Hell in a Cell. Keep everyone locked out. Keep Fatal Influence out. Keep Soul Ruka out. I think the problem with a cage match is the cage interferes a bit too much. You don't have, like, it's hard to go against the ropes because you're clattering into the cage. So Hell in a Cell would just give you that little extra room. I wonder if they could design a Hell in a Cell that would, because the Hell in a Cell structure might be too big for the Performance Center. But I wonder if they could get one that would fit the PC. Might be a scaled down version, but just one that, you know, means you can wrestle and you can go on the outside of the ring. Maybe like a circular one or something. I don't know. But just one that doesn't interfere in the match. Like, you know, you can still use the ring properly. That'd be good. And you'd be able to jump out and get under and get weapons if, you know, you need to, whatever. Because, yeah, I was really enjoying that match. I thought they were working together really well. Be good to just cut everyone else out and go, right, let's just get this sorted once and for all. Winner can face Soul. Yeah. That's how, that's if I was Robert Stone, that's where my head would be at. I'd be like, well, it's a great opportunity to do a Hell in a Cell. And Soul's got a shout of, you know, being wronged. She had a title match scheduled last week, so winner faces Soul. I thought it was La Parker, like the initials. Oh, announcers, why they say LA Parker? I've not heard them say that. Dr. Luchalala said it's been a great go-home show so far. Okay, Blake, we're just looking at the lineup. Tatum, Izzi. Blake taking on Jaida. We did get a 5th match added. And that 5th match has been Dion against Tony. Lola Kalani, NXT Undergrounds. Tony Dion. That just honestly strikes me as an NXT match. That does not feel worthy for Vengeance Day. Are you excited? You've got to put your mic down. Lol. Okay, we're going backstage. Robert Stone. Could be another match getting added. Stand and deliver tickets on sale tomorrow. Okay, he's going to make an announcement at Vengeance Day about the NXT Women's Championship. This is what I want from a go-home. Keep the feuds ticking. Preview some new content for after the PLE. Okay, here's Ricky then. This is going to be our final segment. We've got 8 minutes left. Let's get the score, shall we, for that last one? Oh, it got a great score, but only just. Great 54. I think that's fair, you know, considering it didn't have like a proper finish. Okay, there is a guitar and a stool in the ring, so I feel like there's going to be a song. Is Ricky gonna do a like Joe Hendry song? Why does this feel like it's gonna be terrible? Okay, it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This could be anything. This could be good. This could be bad. This could be cringe. Okay, Ricky is in the middle of the ring with a guitar. Okay, I think, did he start singing? Was that Sabrina Carpenter? Okay, he's doing Joe's theme, but he's singing I Believe in Ricky. Okay, that's not as bad as I feared, actually. Okay, and Booker's joining in as well. I believe in Ricky. Okay, Joe Hendry chants. Okay. Not another masked man. Is he trying to be like The Rock? I think there is going to be a lot of similarities, isn't there? I just don't even know how I feel about it. I mean, the crowd know. The crowd are booing. It came to me last night in a dream and I thought, yes, I should do that. This is wrestling, said Glotness. Trini said I was worried. I think it's supposed to be bad on purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Don't believe in Joe Hendry because he looks like Guy Fieri. Is this going on so long? Why is this so long? Where's Joe Hendry? Is this the worst thing Joe Hendry's ever done? Not saving us from this. We've only got 2 minutes left. Okay, there's Joe. Joe was trying to... Joe wallops Ricky with a guitar. I have no idea why that just went as long as it did. Okay, the fans are chanting, we believe. Here comes Vanity Project. Vanity Project come down. They're starting to beat up on Joe, who's numbers gamer against Joe here. Here's Miles. Miles is coming down. Mate, you see that drop kick from Miles? You see the height that he just got then? That was sick. Okay, Miles has come down and he's really helped clear Vanity Projects. To the outside goes Ricky. Okay. I believe in Ricky, said Akeem. Glockner said that was awesome. Okay, there we go. Miles and Joe pose away at the end of the show. And, well, that final segment happens. I do agree it was meant to be bad. I mean, certainly, you know, I mean, he was playing the guitar bad. He kept complaining about the chair. He was complaining about the microphone. The only thing I don't know is why did they have it go as long as what it did? Because I think we could have got that sort of message across a bit quicker. But, okay, yeah, okay. Fine. Has that got me more excited for Ricky and Joe? I don't know that it has, to be honest. I don't know. Do you know what? I'll tell you what question I've got for you guys. After this show, are you more excited for Saturday? Are you more excited for Saturday after watching this? Yes. No. A little bit. I think I would vote a little bit. I think that it did make me more excited for Saturday, but I wouldn't say it made me loads more excited. The extra match that we added is, I don't know, it just feels like a match we could do next week on NXT, Tony against Dion. I just don't believe that that is going to mean anything. If Tony wins, I just don't, it's clearly not the end of Dark State, is it? So, I don't know, I just don't really buy that match is big enough. And I think the Blake thing was good. I think the Tatum thing was good. I don't think the Shayna thing really did anything for me. Although Lola revealing that she's got that hand injury is kind of interesting. I don't think the Ricky segment at the end made me more excited for Ricky and Joe. It's just a bit of a goofy segment, really. And it didn't really make me more excited for the NXT Championship match. So, yeah, I think I would say that there was enough there where it did get me more excited for the week. But I don't think it was anything like, oh, my God, yeah, I can't wait, you know? So I think I would be I'm a little bit more excited. So, yeah, highlight for me was Zaria Jacy. Really enjoyed that match. Thought it was very good. It was a hard show tonight, says Tribal List. It was fun tonight, says Julia Pham. Restaurant said Nikki needs to just worry about Ricky and not biting off The Rock's style. You can tell it's a bit forced. Jadam, shout out to you. Big Time said, I think the show being Orlando at the PC makes it easier to do Dion against Tony. Yeah, but it's on a Saturday, isn't it? I mean, you're competing against boxing and stuff like that. Like, I think it shouldn't matter if it's at the PC or not. You should treat it like it's not really. You should treat it like it's in Atlanta and you're having to sell tickets. I agree with you. Doing Tony Dion, and actually this card sort of feels like a card where it doesn't matter that we're not trying to sell tickets. But I don't know, if we were in Atlanta or we were somewhere else and we were trying to sell tickets and we were trying to fill a venue, would we have gone with a slightly different card to this? I don't know the answer to that. It's a question. But it does feel to me like Tony Dion feels a bit like an NXT match, just like a weekly match. I might go to the Concord Music Hall in Chicago, says Carmen. I might go see Super Wrestlers this Sunday. UAW 551. Have fun, my friends. Go see those Super Wrestlers. It was a solid show, but a little less exciting than Raw, which is weird, says Trini. William, shout out to you. Daze, if it's Randy Cody as rumoured, how interesting is that? There's not a single heel in the main event of WrestleMania. It's a bit like Warrior Hogan. Yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it? I'm struggling with... I don't know where that rumour's come from. I saw that rumour break last night, and it came from a source that I don't really use. PW Insider have picked up on it, but I don't know if they've got it from that other place. So I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with this because I saw the rumour break last night and I know where it came from. I think PW Insider have picked up on it, but I haven't seen what PW Insider have said. If they've heard similar from a different source, interesting. But if they've just got it from the same place where it was breaking last night, not sure how much belief I put in it. It could be the direction of travel. Cody absolutely can win the belt this Friday. I sort of hope he does because I'd just love to see X and the reaction on X. Whilst I celebrate Cody being a 3-time champ. So I would kind of like for him to get the belt this Friday, but it's not how I want to get to Cody Randy. I just think there's a lot of backstory for them, a lot of history. And granted, we've still got time to dig into that. But you're right, they're both baby faces. How heated is it going to get? Although, Roman and Punk are both baby faces, and we got the answer to that last night, didn't we? So, don't know, I'll have to see. It's a match I want. I just don't know that I want it with them both being baby faces, and I don't know that I want us getting to it this way. I mean, does Drew just go away? Does Jacob just go away? Like, I don't know, it's weird, isn't it? This is the first time we've heard of Cody and Randy. So it just seems like a bit out of the blue. It was Cody Roman, and then it became Cody Drew. And then it became Cody, Drew, and Jacob. And Randy only entered the conversation by winning the chamber on Saturday. Before that, he wasn't even in the conversation. He hadn't even entered the chat. So, very interesting. Very, clearly he's in the conversation now because he won the chamber. So, I kind of like it. I'm not down on it because it's kind of nice sitting here in March going, anyone know what the main event of WrestleMania is other than CM Punk Roman? Because right now, it could be one of 3 or 4 different things. Big Time said, Royce, being 41, not that age matters, but starting WWE career that late could get 3-4 years, but it's a jump for everyone thinking you're 36. Yeah. There's still room to turn someone with Cody Randy. We shouldn't rule out that possibility, says Trini. That's true. They could have Cody Randy feud throughout the summer. Maybe do the blow-off at SummerSlam. Tony said, I think it's the same when I like to see Logan win the title. I would like to see the live reaction from you. Well, the World Heavyweight title, I've already resigned myself to the fact that's going to happen. So I don't think my reaction's going to be too bad if he gets the World Heavyweight. If he gets the WWE Championship, the same belt that like Stone Cold and Hogan and Bruno had, and now we've got to add the Logan Paul name to it. That's going to be a very bitter pill to swallow. That's going to be tough. There won't be any crying. I'll probably just stay quiet. But inside, it'll be a dark day. Yeah. I'm surprised WWE had interest in Royce Keys at the time. Oba has been ticking so many boxes. I agree. Carmen said, I stayed home at Hammond, Indiana to watch Elimination Chamber. I didn't travel an hour and a half or 2 hours to the ARW Pro Show. Boomers, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, some interesting thoughts there about where we're going with WrestleMania. And yeah, I mean, look, however we feel about this weekend and how excited we are for it, it's still going to be great to be doing wrestling on a Saturday. And this show did get me more excited. I just, given the options, I would go a little bit. Let's end the poll, shall we? And we'll look to wrap things up. So you lots, you went yes. 32% went a little bit. So I would say the show did its job, actually. I mean, if we're looking at that poll, the purpose of tonight was to get us more excited for the weekend. Regardless of if you voted a little bit or yes, that's still 84% of people that says they are more into this weekend after this show. Got to take that. Got to say, job done. And that's good. Because we're doing it this weekend, we're doing the show. So we'll obviously be live a couple of hours before the countdown show. I don't know when that starts. I've not looked into any of that yet. But we'll be live a few hours before that. So yeah, we'll be doing it this weekend. So box ticked. On we go. And yeah, good. Next up, Evolve tomorrow. Don't forget, we got Big Evolve, actually. If you don't normally watch it, might be worth checking out. We got 2 championship matches. We got Cappuccino Jones against Jackson Drake, and we've got PJ Vassar against Kendall Gray. And honestly, I could see at least one of those belts changing hands. Jackson Drake has been champ since the belt first got introduced, so we've never had any other champion. And Kendall is the second champ. Callie Armstrong won it first. Maybe her time with that belt is coming to an end now that she's firmly on NXT. So I think there's a good chance we could get a new champ tomorrow. So pretty big Evolve tomorrow. 2 championship matches. It is the second succession, so it's a little bit of a special. And as we said, we're back on Friday for a big championship match. Cody against Drew. And then we're back on Saturday for NXT. Right. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.